You're welcome to join us if you want to see us live. We have a quorum check. We are all here. Unbelievable.
It's 2 meetings in a row.
Committee updates. Start off with CPA. We had a CPA meeting last night, and we put on the agenda for town meeting $48,000 for trails. It's a series of detailed programs, but I won't get into that here. Building removal, which Becky presented, for all of the lands that we own, would be 5 buildings. Is it?
No, it's actually a total of 7 buildings.
7 buildings, and we're looking at $164,000 for that. Cemetery, annual cemetery, rebuilding gravestones and so forth. We have an ongoing program, and that is $9,500 we're asking for, and that's pretty much it.
Long Pond.
What?
Long Pond.
Long Pond, yep. Long Pond, we approved, what was it?
It's like $4,000.
$4,000 to survey Long Pond so that we can meet the OPACOM, our agreement with OPACOM. So, anything further with open space or trails or
Trails doesn't meet until next Thursday.
next Thursday? Yeah. Tommy was at the, obviously was at CPA for all of the Lakes Advisory.
Nothing yet.
Yep. All right.
No meeting yet, right?
No, I sent an email to them today, asking for what the dates are, because I have some travel dates in March, and just want to make sure they don't conflict. Hopefully we'll find out before the next meeting.
As far as the minutes are concerned, for January 21st, do I have, all
Make a motion, we approve?
right, do I have a second to that?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All in favor? So, that approves minutes. Walk-ins? Are you here as a walk-in?
Yes.
Don't have the exact figure, Becky.
Do you want my copy?
Sorry about that.
That's all right. No, I
Yeah.
own copy.
Good evening, Lee Darren, 5 Cedar Pond Road. I'm here as a walk-in. You're all familiar with the north end of Cedar Lake and all of its attendant issues. And the Lake Association decided, because of the complex nature of the work described to us, under Raul Ricard's tutelage, we certainly have learned as much as we possibly can about the problems that we have, everything that you have taught us, but we're still lay people. So after hearing Mass DOT's proposal and the work, we were very happy with it, but we decided that we wanted to hire an independent engineering firm to see if there are some things that were missed or if we should look for anything else. We have retained Oxbow Associates, and they contracted with them to do a site review, a document review, and a report for an approximate cost of $4,200. Raul talked with Rebecca and the town administrator and sought some support to help us pay for that. We are willing to do it, but I think because of the complex nature, the benefit to the town, and also making sure that we haven't missed anything, we'd like the Conservation Commission's support to help pay for that cost.
What would be the nature of the engineering's process? What would you put as their list of accomplishments needed?
We're going to, when the plans that have been put in place to do the work by DOT, they would be reviewing that and also go out and do a site visit with Raul and Becky to see if, for example, if they agree, if, where DOT thought that, not the spillway, the swale was in good shape and they weren't gonna replace that piece, they would look at something like that to see if they agreed, to see if there were some other things that we have all missed. So it's an independent review because of the complex nature of it.
Right. And I actually, I met the consultant out on the site on Friday and did walk and gave him an overview and explained all the different areas and everything that's occurred to date over there. So this is Scott Smyers of Oxbow Associates. So he's a professional wetland scientist and consultant. I actually worked with him at the Natural Heritage Program. They did a lot of rare species review. So he's not an actual engineer, but they do provide kind of third-party consultant reviews, kind of similar to what Ecotech has provided for us, to make sure, that everything is being covered, and that Mass DOT is also covering any other laws that might not be under our review for permitting associated with that work too. So.
Anybody would like to speak?
Well, one of the things I'm curious about, you indicated it was an engineer, and that piqued my interest primarily because we have been told by the DOT that the remediation that they're working on will be sufficient in order to take care of this problem, and yet the first part of their remediation worked so stunningly well that 6 months later, it needed to be fixed again, because it really wasn't. So how do we know that this isn't going to repeat itself? And an engineer might be able to tell us there's a likelihood that it's going to last for X number of months or X number of years, as opposed to breaking down almost immediately.
And those are the things that, because we as lay people, as I said, we've educated ourselves as best we can. We know that there's specialized knowledge here on the board. We don't know that. We, as a lake association, this is within the Conservation Commission's purview, but as a lake association, we were satisfied with the scope of the work and how they explained it to us, and we have built up a little bit better relationship and trust. But we would like to go this extra step to make sure that we understand it fully. It's already been passed, and I know the work's gonna go ahead, but I don't wanna say trust but verify. That sounds rather sinister, but
Yeah.
that's where this came from.
Yeah, the only, it sounds like a good idea to me. The only question that I have is, and it's probably the same concern you have, I don't want to stop them.
No, absolutely not. No, we do not. We are not questioning the work. We don't want to redo the work. We don't want to stop them. It's important to get it done
Right.
now. In no way is that what this is intended to do. I
Okay,
mean, something glaring,
Yeah.
then we'll worry about that then. But no. This is not to have a redo by any means.
Yeah, because they kind of gave us an ultimatum on how it would have to transpire, and we agreed to it.
And I can understand their interests with
Right,
DOT
yeah.
and the big contract, and we need to take advantage of the work that was planned, and, yeah, so this is not to redo that at all whatsoever. We want the work to go ahead as, the Lake Association wants the work to go ahead as described and as voted on last month.
I think it would be also, just to add in, useful too, this scope is just to initially kind of review everything, but after the work is completed, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to have this person, if you choose to do so, go back out and review everything for us. I think that would be helpful for me, as I've been kind of doing that myself, so I think it would be useful.
My only concern is that it looks like there's already a signed proposal in place with one specific engineer. I don't know that we can necessarily allocate town funds and direct them towards one engineer if we're paying for it and we weren't participating in any type of formalized bid process. I know that we don't have to go out to a formal RFP for anything
Yeah.
under $10,000, but this is, I don't think that this can be sole sourced.
Right, I think there would have to be a new proposal written for the scope of services for the town, and that gets signed appropriately and redone, so.
Okay, so that's something that I wasn't
Yeah.
aware of
Yeah.
or familiar with. I can certainly get myself up to speed on that, though.
So that would be my concern,
That'd be a
if they want to direct it to Oxbow, I don't know that we can be party to that. We'd have to solicit a number of bids. Is that correct, Jeff?
Well, if it's under,
We had to find someone that wanted to do that. Excuse me.
We'd have to review the purchasing guidelines to make sure that we follow them appropriately, but it's a small sum of money, and we're looking for expertise rather than a product or something else, so it would be really based upon qualifications, the selection.
Sure.
We'd want to make sure that we're picking the most qualified at the most reasonable price.
Okay, thank you.
My concern is that these are engineering fixes to environmental problems, And I'm a little concerned that we're not having an actual engineer. I don't know this person, and I would ask Becky how she feels he's going to be reviewing engineering products, work out there. Is that something that's a good idea?
Well, I think they're used to reviewing these things for conservation commissions for wetland impacts. I don't think that they're reviewing to making sure that the
they're not
Engineering.
reviewing the structural engineering, they're making sure that it's gonna protect the lake and protect the wetlands around it. That
Did you
is,
say
right, this is the
they
best
are-
proposal.
They are reviewing the structural,
that is not their expertise. They're making sure that the structures put in place by DOT are going to protect the lake and the wetlands. As I, again, as a layperson, as I understand it, and this is,
Right, did anyone miss anything out there? Is there anything that is happening out there that needs
Right.
to be fixed? Is this the best option for resource area, looking at low impact development, things like that nature, so.
this is a list generated for us by another entity that we consulted with.
yeah, well, we're into having another, can't have too many eyes on it, but want to have the right eyes on it, and, I'll defer to you, Becky, if you know that this person's gonna fill the bill. That's great.
Did you find this entity? Becky, was it you that found?
No, Cedar Lake Association.
The Lake
reached out,
Association brought
And
this.
actually had a hard time finding,
Someone who didn't have a conflict.
with Mass DOT,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
That
But
was
I
one of
have
our
worked with them in
challenges.
the past
Yeah.
on.
And I didn't know that you had
So it
worked
was
with
from-
them. Raoul's,
From the Lake
Mr.
Association.
Ricard spoke highly of them, but yes, it was very difficult to find anyone. That's not to say that we should just hire someone because they were available, but we did, as a lake association full of lay people, our due diligence.
Good.
Would you expect that this person would work through you and Becky, or how would you see that
I
transpiring?
see them working through Raoul and Becky, and me
Okay.
being Raoul's backup. Now, that is how, you've seen,
Yeah.
you've seen four of us here over the last year and a half. But yes, they would work through the Lake Association and Becky, to the extent that we want to be involved because of our unique interest in the lake.
I personally think it's an excellent idea. As we left the meeting last, I was very optimistic about what they were going to do, but there's always that Irish in me saying, is this all gonna really happen? And it'd be great to have somebody overseeing it.
I agree.
That's all it is. It's just to make sure when it's done that it's really done. We're happy. The Lake Association is delighted that DOT is finally going to do something. And
Yeah.
we don't want to delay that. This is not, as I said, it's not a do-over.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So move.
What are you approving?
What are we approving?
We're approving the support, for, what, 4,000?
$4,200.
$200.
So, and this would be out of the Wetland Protection Fund that we have, that we can use towards, third-party review and enforcement actions.
Is that part of the cost? I didn't catch what the total
The total
cost was.
cost.
Total
Total
cost is,
cost.
for the review is $4,200.
Are we gonna help out with the cost, or are we
Well,
gonna?
It probably should be separate and through the town, is
Yeah.
how it.
We're
Yeah,
going,
that's beyond my,
we're gonna foot the cost,
Okay.
as I
That wasn't
clarified.
clear.
Some of it's coming out of your salary for next year.
Oh, man, I can't take another cut in pay for being,
If I could,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I would just say it should come through the town. It would allow us to kind of be in the middle.
Right,
And kind of make sure, referee the outcomes, for lack of a better term. It provides us the impartiality to both sides.
Right.
Making sure everybody does what they're supposed to do, and making sure everybody gets information and everybody shares and plays nice in the pond. And then with this third party, we can have that independent review of everything and guarantee everybody's, on the same page.
Right.
the lake will work however the Conservation Commission wants us to.
So,
I'll
with that
second
said,
that.
you got a second
I'll second.
discussion? Anybody in the audience like to speak? All in favor? All right.
Thank you very much.
Ainsley?
Gave
Thank you, Mr.
Raul
Lyon.
another job. I thought he was moving.
I think it's a snowbird situation.
Oh, okay,
I don't wanna speak for Roy.
okay.
Mr. Gaspar will meet at the.
Well, you're on the hook. If
Yes.
he's leaving, you're on the hook.
Boy, those are big shoes to fill. Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Take care. Thank you. Yeah.
In the interest of saving time, the Sturbridge Conservation Commission will hold all public hearings tonight for work within a wetland, water body, or resource area, and/or within the 200-foot buffer zone to a wetland, water body, or resource area, in accordance with the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL, Chapter 131, Section 40, and associated regulations, and the Town of Sturbridge Wetland Bylaws and associated regulations. We will not be reading the newspaper ad. Prior to opening the first hearing for each project, the applicant is to submit proof of notification to abutters within 200 feet of the subject property line and proof of legal newspaper advertisement. If these items are not submitted, the public hearing will not open. Additionally, prior to the start of each public hearing, we will announce the location of the project, the applicant, and the applicant's representative. If any of the visitors have not legibly signed in yet, please do. Also, if any visitors are recording this meeting, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. 130 and 140 Fisk Hill Road, request for determination of applicability, continued from September 17th, 2019. Gulas G. Allsworth LLC, represented by G. Kravosky of EBT Environmental Consultants, Inc. Glenn?
This your project? No, it's me. Oh, 6:30, 6:15. Oh, yes. We've talked to Rebecca. I'm coming up to the mic right now. Thank you again.
And you are?
Glenn Kravosky from EBT Environmental Consultants, representing Allsworth Realty on Fisk Hill Road, relative to the potential vernal pools and vernal pools. Specifically, I did talk to Rebecca on the pool adjacent to Fisk Hill Road. And we have the surveyors going out to pick up the edge of the pool. We flagged it over the weekend. And we're 100 feet from the landing where the logging operation occurred, which you're familiar with maybe over there on Fisk Hill Road.
Oh, yeah.
So originally, what we were talking to Rebecca is apparently Glenn Colbert, and you had the same bylaw at the time, not that we're trying to discount
Hey,
this
Glenn.
pool.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to provide a overview because we have a new
thank
member
you.
on the board, and it's been a while since you've been here.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is a request for determination of applicability that we received in May. So this project site is 130, 140 Fisk Hill Road. Some of us have been there back in May because it was on our June agenda. So the RDA came in, there's an approved order of resource area delineation for that property. That went through, I believe, in early 2017. And at the time, the property owner elected to only delineate the outer extent of the resource area on both Fisk Hill and McGilpin with the intent to develop just the upland areas there. We knew that the interior, just before my time, the interior of the site contained uplands, but they chose not to flag everything because they didn't think they were going to be working in that area. So at the time when they had come in, it was noted that there was a potential vernal pool on the Fisk Hill side, and that we know that our local regulations have additional vernal pool habitat protections, and it was discussed, you know, as it is stated in the regulations, about going back out potentially and having to do some survey work depending on where work was going to occur. So Mr. Kravosky filed an RDA with some information about survey work that he had already started working on last spring. So at that time, you know, we discussed what he had already done for some survey work, you know, developing a protocol for additional survey work. Commission wanted to see and approve a protocol in advance of survey work. So we discussed that because we were, you know, past survey time at that period for, you know, vernal pool species. It's early spring. But we also discussed that the property owner wasn't really sure what his plans were for the property. So he might be, you know, wanting to do houses in the interior or on the exterior. He wasn't sure.
No.
So he was going to do some pit tests out there and exploratory stuff to see where he could do septics. We also discussed at that time if, you know, he could potentially stay far enough away from the potential vernal pool, he might not need to go through a survey to show that it's not vernal pool habitat. So that's kind of where we left it in September, and it's been continued since then. So knowledge.
Thank you so much,
You're welcome.
Rebecca. Thank you. So the landing area is 100 feet from the pool, and
So,
and
yeah,
you-
there was a previous forest cutting plan also on the property
You might
that
have
went
seen-
through approval, and that's what he's talking about, a landing, so.
Yeah, if you could,
Yes, sir.
start off with why you're here.
We're here for the continuance of the RDA, one, and to ask for, we're having surveyors go out to pick up the edge of the pool to demonstrate how far the landing area is from the pool, which Rebecca referred to or there was a reference to at the very end of her conversation, that there's a potential that we're far enough away from the pool that we may not have to go through full vernal pool certification because we are 100-plus feet from any proposed work. The landing itself, the closest flag to the pool edge is 85 feet. The closest flag at the landing is 85 feet from the pool. And so with a 25-foot no disturbance, which we would actually go back in and restore the landing to a forest, or at least with saplings, to give a portion of that back that was altered during the landing operation, which was allowed, even under the bylaw, which originally under the bylaw, there might have been, if it was thought to be at the time of Glenn Coburn and the board, that you would have said potentially stay 200 feet away from the pool, from this potential pool, but that didn't occur back then. The landing was, again, the closest point is 85 feet from the pool to the landing edge. So we're here to flag, to have the surveyors, I talked to them, to pick up the pool itself, the flags around the edge of the pool, demonstrate the distance that we are from the pool, and there's a potential that we may not have to go through a full protocol on the pool up on Fisk Hill Road. The one on the interior, we have found 5 vernal pool egg masses last spring. We're going to go back and certify that pool this year. It used to be 3 egg masses, and then it changed.
More
So when
now,
I
yeah.
first looked, I found 3, and then I found 2 more, and then it became, they changed their criteria at Rare Species Program, Heritage Program. So we'll go in this spring. I'm positive we'll find 5 masses in that upper pool. It's 2 pools behind. It's 1 pool behind the pool that's on Fisk Hill Road on the same side of the property. So the western side of the property, we'll certify that pool. We're going to show how far we are with the landing from the pool in the front. And if the commission, if we come up with a 225-foot no disturbance zone from the pool to the landing, that we're going to give some of that landing up, or we would ask to, that maybe we don't have to go through the full certification of the upper pool. I did find shiners in that pool. We're going to be looking again, but we talked to Jacob Cubble, and what Rebecca, I believe, wants is a full protocol according to a vernal pool protocol to prove absolutely that the front pool on Fisk Hill Road that you can see is not a vernal pool. But if we prove that we're 125 feet away with our closest work, or 130, we might not have to go through that full protocol. The very next time we come in front of you, within 2 weeks, we will have a plan within 2 weeks of the pool edge. And then we could, we did preliminary on holes for perks on McGilpin and on Fisk Hill, and now they're gonna do official ones with the Board of Health this spring to finally move forward with, it looks like 4 house lots on 62 acres. So I'm asking for a continuance to, again, if you
Okay.
would grant it.
So you're
That's
here
what
for a
I'm here for,
continuance.
So,
please.
the only thing I want to add, though, is that, I mean, it
I'm
is.
sorry.
Yeah, so I just want to add, remember, you had asked for a protocol, if the pool does need to be surveyed, you guys asked to review a survey protocol before being implemented. So if the pool that'll be close to the work, does need to be surveyed, you know, now would be the time that we would have to approve a protocol for this spring. So it sounds like you might not need to, but I just want to keep in mind that, you know, if we don't have an approved survey protocol for this spring, I would hesitate on proving, you know, results from something that you haven't seen a
Well, that,
protocol
you
for.
shouldn't say it sounds like you won't need to, because
Well-
it's a commission decision.
Right.
Correct,
You don't want to
sorry.
get them into any kind of.
No, I know.
I agree, I
There may be
understand
a
that's commission-
possibility, there may be a possibility, but.
Well,
All right, so, the applicant is asking for a continuation.
I move we give him a continuation.
All in favor?
to your next
All
meeting.
right,
All right,
yep.
Thank you.
Thank
Yep,
you
so-
so much for your time again.
So the next meeting is March 3rd, and that would be 6:30,
I have it.
okay?
Thank you very much for your time. Sorry, it was 6:30, March 3rd.
All right.
Thank you again.
You've got anything you can do in 5 minutes, Beck?
Yes. I have the orders of conditions for DEP file number 300-1050. This is 198 Lake Road. This is the project that we approved at the last meeting. I sent those to you in advance. Any questions, comments? Okay. You've already approved this project. This is signature.
Yep.
You weren't supposed to notice that.
Why, you want something else quick?
Yeah,
All right.
it's only a minute.
There are a few different requests for certificates of compliance on here. I don't have any of them for signature for you. And the reason for that, I'll start with 300-703, 269 Cedar Street, Lot 2, AKA 265 Cedar Street. When this came in, we couldn't locate the file, and after we found the orders of conditions on the deed, it turns out this was a superseding orders of conditions for a project which was denied by the commission. Hence, that needs to go to DEP for a signature and approval. So we had added it on here because at the time, we didn't know that it was a superseding, but we've advised them that that was approved by DEP, therefore the certificate of compliance needs to come from DEP as well. So that and the next one, there's lot 267 as well. We've advised both of them. And then DEP file number 300-750. That one, we can't locate the file for that one either. Not sure that that one's a superseding. The request came in, that's for 13 Fairgrounds Road, it's the host hotel. We did contact the engineer for a site plan for that, they're gonna be looking for that. And then also the
So
request,
that for the work down in front of the house?
I think it was, right, patio and maybe some other
Patio,
work, I'm
yeah.
not sure. And we did also let the requester of the certificate know that, because it was an engineered plan, they do need to have a letter of substantial compliance from the engineer with it, which was included in the request. So that
Yeah.
one will be continued, hopefully they can get that,
They should have a copy of it.
they should, I think the person who it's,
It was an attorney.
yeah, so,
Hmm.
yeah, so.
It was an attorney who you talked to?
She was represented.
Right.
Yeah,
We-
okay.
Right, so, we did ask the engineer for that plan, I know they're looking into it, and they need a letter of substantial compliance anyway, so.
Okay.
All right, the other one, is a little bit more of a lengthy conversation. So isn't everything else on here?
All right, well.
So we have a couple minutes anyway, so.
It's close enough. 6:30,
Mr. Chair, I need to recuse myself.
all right.
Next hearing.
Mr. B, are you going to recuse yourself on this?
No.
All right, 6:30. Excuse me. 27 Lad Road, notice of intent, DEP, file number 300, TBA, right?
Correct, file number has not been issued
File
yet for
number.
the project,
R.
so.
Jennings, of 508 International is the applicant. A. Silu, owner. O'Neill, representative, replacement of decking on an existing telephone pole bridge. All right. Gentlemen?
Yep.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Donald O'Neill, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, 508 International. Before we begin, I understood that you did ask Mr. Barnacle whether he would recuse himself and that he has declined. Just for the record, we would state our objection to his hearing this matter, but of course it's his decision and that's left to him under the statute. Basically, we're here following up on the discussions with town council and have filed a notice of intent seeking approval for the replacement of the decking on this pole bridge, purpose of which is basically to provide access for foot traffic. Mr. Kravosky has done the wetlands flagging. I'm not sure whether you've gone out and seen that or were there any issues related to that. If there are, then certainly he can address those. Other than that, we would, we submitted the application and we're looking for approval.
Okay. Becky?
Okay.
Donna? Glenn, you're not,
I'm here.
yeah, I know you're here. You are,
If there's a question, I'll definitely.
oh, okay, all right. From the audience? Because the audience is only going to be able to speak when I say the
Okay, well,
audience
he
can
can,
speak.
he can certainly
Yeah.
pull up a chair.
Good. Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, I think it'd be useful to go back a little bit for the benefit of those listening, just to kind of summarize why we're here and why you submitted the notice of intent. So, going back to last year, on May 7th, I received a complaint at the Conservation Department of potential activities occurring on 27 Ladd Road. Contacted Mr. Jennings, and on May 9th, Ed Goodwin and myself came out, met Mr. Jennings and Amber Howard, and reviewed 27 Ladd Road. So when we went out there, we did see a bridge structure which had been installed and what appeared to be recent activities related to trail work. So at that time, when we made those observations, we discussed, that work and that performing that work within a resource area or within the buffer zone would require a filing pursuant to the Wetlands Protection Act and the Sturbridge Wetlands Bylaw. And at that time, Mr. Jennings indicated that he thought that the work was occurring in Charlton and not Sturbridge. Mr. Goodwin said that a plan could be provided showing where those boundaries are, and if it wasn't in Sturbridge, then it's something that they have to have a conversation with Charlton Conservation Commission with. Some time was given to provide a plan. A plan wasn't provided. The commission issued an enforcement order for that work, and in the order outlined that all work would need to be disclosed related to activities with 508 International in Sturbridge. So the enforcement order was issued. After that time, you gentlemen both came back in and requested to submit a request for determination of applicability because at that time you were saying that the structure was existing. So the commission gave that time to allow for you to submit that. After some time it was submitted, a negative determination was issued. The project was disclosed at that time as maintenance of existing structure. So a determination was issued at that time. Also, during kind of that time period, the enforcement order appeal period lapsed and the enforcement order wasn't appealed. So we have an unappealed enforcement order. So as we started to pursue action with town council, we went to court. At that time, the first time we were there, it was discussed to ask for a continuance to allow for a notice of intent to be submitted, which was agreed to address the enforcement order. So this notice of intent is just for the replacement of decking on the telephone bridge. We feel like that's inadequate for what was discussed and what's in the enforcement order. I just want to go and show. So this is the plan that was submitted. So this is on 27 Ladd Road. I believe this is north up here coming down. It's got the existing telephone bridge shown on here, an existing traveled way. Going. Let's see. All right. So, I mean, I just want to to share this. So this is a photograph that was taken on May 9th when Ed Goodwin and myself went out here. So this is the structure that we saw. And then, this is the work. So this is coming down the field. You can see there's some fresh tire tracks here. Structure looks fairly new for our observations. And on the other side, can see that there's, looks newly disturbed on that side. This picture, I think, shows it a little bit better. You can see that there's a lot of stuff that looks like it was recently maybe cut or moved out of the way. It's hard in this photograph up on here, but you can see that areas within the wetland were disturbed at some time fairly recently. And then you can see that it looks like this, has recently been worked on. So that's what we saw, and that was what the trigger for our letter and the enforcement order which came afterwards. So during the court hearing process, it was disclosed that there was a trail system, about 12 miles of trails for 508 International, with about 4 or 5 in Sturbridge. So when the continuance was given to allow for the notice of intent filing to come in, the judge also asked that we have the ability to inspect the property. So after that time, I had gone out and did an inspection of the property, walked and GPS the trail, realized that it wasn't 4 or 5 miles, and asked, are there any other trails in this property, which was said that there wasn't. So I'd asked, are there trails somewhere else in Sturbridge? And it was disclosed that there are some properties at the junction of Route 49 and North Brookfield Road, which, not knowing exactly where the town line was up there, there are properties up there that could have trails on it. So for the next site inspection, I had asked to go out and look at those properties. When I was out there with Ken Lacey, we were escorted. Amber Howard brought us out there, and we went up to 205B and 205C Podunk Pike, which are 2 properties. It's hard to see the property lines. This property and this property here. This is 18 Ladd Road right here with 27 Ladd Road right here. So 27 Ladd Road is the property that Ann Salou owns. It's a property that's being leased to 508 International. And then 18 Ladd Road is a separate private property owner, and these 2, I believe, are in the Jennings family, based off the assessor's information. So we had gone out, we walked those properties. On 205C, it was apparent there was some recent forestry activities that had occurred out there. There was lots of marked trails for these events. I also went on to 205B, and we walked through areas where there were also some older, probably over 20-year-old, skid roads, but there were also additional trails through that property, which looked fairly recent. There was it was recently after a storm, so there was snow and ice cover, so we didn't have a good visibility of the ground cover there at that time. Going back, and I skipped one part, when I went out the first time, I did walk on 18 Ladd Road right here, which is a private property. There was a trail that was installed right next to an intermittent stream there that was not installed with the different property owner's permission, but we were contacted about that as well. They had concerns about that. So that's an additional area with a trail that could be a violation. So I have some other things as well. So these are 2 photos, one sideways, I apologize. These were provided by the property owner at 18 Ladd Road. They have some cameras on their property. This is the trail that was installed on their property. There were some UTVs that have been going on there. They pushed a tree over. I'm not accusing anyone, but I'm just saying that this is in the relation of where the trail is that's being used for Spartan and Tough Mudder events. These are some photos. So I don't have the property lines on this. These are published maps for some of these courses. Down here is where 27 Ladd Road is. You can see that there's a trail system that goes through here, and there's actually temporary events that are set up in that area. And this also shows up here, the town line's about here somewhere. This is all Sturbridge. So there's trails in this area being used for these events. This is another Tough Mudder one. You can see that it just has a smaller portion of trail up here. This is a better view of the Sturbridge section over here. I'm not sure exactly, this doesn't have the town line on it, so it kind of cuts through somewhere over here. This is a closer view. This is Sturbridge here, and this is where the trail goes through, and that's where some events are being held. This one's hard to see. This is a Spartan event, different than the Tough Mudder maps that were shown on there. But all of this area here is in Sturbridge, and these trail lines are different than the previous ones shown at the other events. So I don't know if they're creating different trails at different times for these events. These are some photos that have been provided to us. This is, right next to the BVW and intermittent stream in Sturbridge. It just shows that, these events are occurring. There's things, whether they're temporary in nature or not, but activities that are occurring there. You can't really see it, but there's another thing that was put down there. So just kind of wanted to show, I thought I had put, I went out and GPSed the trails. There were a couple of points that we walked through that, wasn't a clear ground cover visible because of the snow and ice. It did have some concern that it might have been a forested wetland that we were going through at that time. But I think even with the information that's available with Mass GIS and looking at some of these trail maps, that definitely within buffer zone, which is a jurisdictional area, if not within a resource area. So with that said, I think this application fails to show the full extent of the activities and the alterations, and fails to show how they will meet the performance standards for the Wetlands Protection Act and the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw. Our understanding in the core process was that an application would come in that would cover all of the activities and go through a review process for that to show how you're going to be doing things that won't impact resource area. We know these events bring a lot of people. Things should be included on how a structure will be installed that won't impact the resource area, or people won't be running through resource areas or whatnot. So in addition, the wetland delineation shown for 27 Ladd Road, the plan shows an area of standing water. It's actually flowing water. I do have a couple photographs of that. I think I have them here. So it appears that is an intermittent stream, and the bank of that resource area should be shown on here. And that's not included in the plan. So I think that's something that the commission would need to see, as well as resource areas associated with other work and activities that's occurred on the property. The application states that it's a limited project for maintenance of existing footbridge, as outlined in the enforcement order. We see this as it appears as a new structure, and no information is provided that it was pre-existing. Therefore, I don't think I don't think that would qualify for a limited project. And to qualify for a limited project, whether it's installation or maintenance, there are things that you have to show under Wetlands Protection Act and through our local bylaw in order to get that that approval for a limited project. So, my recommendation would be that the applicant can revise the application to address those items. And if it's not revised to address those, I think the commission would be in a position to issue a denial orders and conditions for that. But as a reminder, we don't have a DEP file number, and it's not advised to vote or close the public hearing. I do have a letter, sort of as a reminder. One of the property owners submitted a letter they wanted read when it's time for public comment. You can read that.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep. Input? Gentlemen?
I think Becky said it all. I think Becky, nice job summarizing the project and the violations. And I guess the only thing that really is before us right now is the cover on that bridge, right? The rest of it is,
That's all that they filed for, correct?
right.
Yeah. Question is, should they be filing for more? Is there more that they should be filing for? With this, and as far as the, from my single opinion, which is singular, of course, there was no defense that it was a bridge repair. The first time we went out, it was in Charlton. That was the defense that was given by the applicant, that the bridge was in Charlton, it was out of our jurisdiction, and so therefore they could put it in the place that they'd put it. Now we come back to it now, and it's only the top of the bridge that is being discussed. So, it doesn't look to me like, I think the whole thing, in looking at it, you can get from a backhoe when it scrapes stone, and when you get equipment in there, you could see the white on rocks. It had been, the area had been worked, and it's my opinion that the entire bridge is new to that area. So,
I would agree.
anything from the, nothing?
No.
Anyone in the audience like to speak?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak.
Yep.
I'm speaking as a private citizen, Stephen Chittister, 154 Podunk Road. I'd like to be clear that we're not talking about a nature trail on somebody's private property. As Becky pointed out, this is being used for a major commercial business. And I wanted to present the commission with a petition, a citizen's petition, to require the applicant to take specific actions before the commission would make any determination of approval of a notice of intent. So I'll just read the language of the petition. I'll give it to Becky, and I have copies for each of the board members. So we, the citizens of the town of Sturbridge and the town of Charlton, petition the Sturbridge Conservation Commission to require 508 International to complete the following actions before considering approval of any notice of intent for activities within wetlands and jurisdictional buffer zones. Applicant to provide surveyed plans for trails and spaces used for commercial activities within the town of Sturbridge. Applicant to pay for an independent, professional, third-party review of the wetland delineation associated with the areas used for commercial activities within the town of Sturbridge. Applicant to pay for an independent, professional, third-party review of potential impacts to the Bio2 core habitat associated with McKinstry Brook and a determination of the proximity of the cold water fishery to the subject property. And I'll point out that McKinstry Brook is a state-registered cold water fishery. Number 4, the applicant to provide proof of notification of change in plans to Mass DEP and MEPA of their mega sports complex, which now includes activities and land alteration in the town of Sturbridge. And number 5, coordinate with town planning and zoning to determine if the activities and land use are in violation of town zoning regulations and bylaws. So I have a citizen's petition here. And for each of the members of the board, there's the language of the petition. And I've also outlined the justification for requesting each of those items.
But you got one you could give to the applicant?
I can,
They can get a copy.
Okay, all right, okay. Okay.
So I just want to, I don't want to take a lot of your time, I just want to point out a couple of things. As Becky mentioned earlier, this is part of their overall project, 508 International, which is a, as they dubbed it, mega sports complex. This is a large-scale commercial operation, so we're not talking about a nature trail here. 508 International underwent a superseding order of conditions review and an adjudicatory appeal in which there were no trails either presented or approved, and no development or land usage presented or approved in the town of Sturbridge. So we went through the whole process with the orders of conditions with the town of Charlton. We had a superseding order of conditions from DEP. There was an appeal of that superseding orders. The applicant submitted plans to DEP saying this is what we're going to build. That's not what they built. So I think it's very important for DEP to be informed that this project is, in my opinion, being segmented. Becky already showed us the maps published online for the 2018-2019 Tough Mudder events, which show they're clearly using these trails in Sturbridge. I'd also like to point out that 508 International and its owner have a long history of environmental and operational violations. They have a US EPA violation of the Clean Water Act, Section 309 G2A. They have a violation of the DEP superseding order of conditions. They also had violations for DCR forest cutting for work within a wetland. They have had building permit violations, and they had a cease and desist order issued by the town of Charlton. So these are just some of the examples of their history with environmental and operational violations. Again, I want to point out that MEPA issued an advisory opinion on March 18th, 2016, in which the applicant was warned that MEPA regulations include an anti-segmentation provision, and that any new land alteration subsequent to the MEPA determination, including expansion of the project, would require the applicant to consult with the MEPA office. Also, during the adjudicatory appeal of the superseding order conditions, the applicant's environmental consultant reclassified a significant number of wetlands within the project area as non-jurisdictional. This was done with absolutely no third-party evaluation of whether or not that this, made sense. Additionally, the applicant's consultant testified that the Bio2 core habitat that's immediately down gradient from the subject property was not a cold water fishery, in conflict with the state registration of cold water fishery. Thank you for your time.
Do I get to address questions and
Yeah.
concerns?
Yep.
Okay. I'm just gonna say that pretty much everything that Mr. Chidester just said is hogwash, and it's without fact. It's the continuous rhetoric of his group called RANT, Residents Against Noise and Traffic, which Mr. Barnacle is a part of. Maybe some of your other board members are. I don't know for sure whether or not they are, which has been against the project from the get-go. And I pretty much have all I can do to sit in a chair and just listen to it, but he has his time to speak. And he was in court with us on this matter and did not prevail. We did. So I understand he's scorned, and this is yet another attempt by him to come back at us and another bite at the apple. Unfortunately, he's been using his position on the board up until he recused himself, and Mr. Barnacle is as well, do the same. So it's ridiculous, and I'm not going to address every single question or comment that he made. So that's it.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, please.
Go ahead.
The only thing that we are discussing is whether there is activity within Sturbridge that does not have a plan.
I don't think that's the
But
way
you
the
have,
discussion
in
just
fact,
went.
told us
So-
on site that you were not doing anything in Sturbridge. And as Becky indicated in her review, there is activity being done in Sturbridge, including a bridge. What we are asking you for is a plan for the activities that you are performing within the town of Sturbridge.
Just to back up for a minute, in terms of my understanding of the enforcement order that was issued, we felt that the bridge was what precipitated that.
It was.
And-
It was
and
what precipitated.
Rebecca is speaking about other areas that she's looked at that she's only seen after that was issued. And more recently, I guess within the last couple of weeks. So, in terms of where we were in court with what was the issue before the court, at that time, it was the bridge. It wasn't things that were just noticed by her within the last 2 or 3 weeks or whatever shorter period that was.
Well-
And if there are specific areas, in terms of, we did make the property available for inspection, there's been no issue with that. And if we have, just finding out tonight, actually, I asked Mr. Jennings, has access been given to the property? Did they walk the property? Were there any issues? And he said he wasn't, not that anyone told him. So this is news to us that as a result of that walking, that there may be other areas that
Well, this is, yeah.
are cause for concern. So in terms of why it is that we're here on this is because this was basically the trigger in terms of the enforcement order. And, you know, the enforcement order also, as I understood it, was basically the notice of intent was I think it was a request for determination of applicability was denied because the previous order had not been appealed. That was like the sole reason for the denial, as I understood it. So it's a kind of a procedural thing, but that was my understanding. And in filing this, we felt that this is what, again, at the time that the court case was filed, there was no information about anything other than what you're looking at here, and that's why we filed what we have here.
Right, so I just want to clarify, so the enforcement order did specifically call out the trail and bridge installation, but it also in the order, number 2 of the order said immediately identify and dispose all completed work located within the jurisdiction of the Sturbridge Conservation Commission, or the Charlton Conservation Commission, because at that time it was still unclear where the town line was. It appears there's additional trails constructed on portions of this property or other properties which are within resource areas or buffer zones within both towns. So it was asked in the enforcement order. I know that was kind of this was the focus, as that's what was observed at that time. But it was my understanding, and it was also town council's understanding, that the NOI would be for all of the activities. So this NOI actually isn't for the structure, it's to replace decking on the structure. So it fails to even meet, you know, filing for the bridge, if that's what you're trying to say you filed for.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Sure.
Yeah, I am not a member of RANT. I didn't even know RANT existed until 5 minutes ago, just for the record. I am not an educated engineer, but I apologize, Mr. Jennings, but I feel that somebody is trying to pull the wool over my eyes by saying that that is an existing structure that is not new. I can't see those telephone poles being more than a few months old, let alone several years old. And they just don't look weathered enough. They don't look like they have had any real wear and tear over them, which logically probably would have happened with the types of activities that are out there. So I find it, as somebody who is just kind of getting themselves in the middle of this conversation, I find it hard to believe that those telephone poles were there predating any type of any other activity in that resource area. So I have a problem with the notice of intent that the bridge itself is not being brought forward to us to be permitted, or at least there be some sort of addressing of that. This is basically saying, you're asking us to assume that that has existed for the last 20 years and we're just replacing, the top decking. That doesn't, it just doesn't hold much water to me. And I apologize, I'm not trying to call your character into question, but at the end of the day, there's just not enough wear and tear on that structure for me to believe that it's been there more than a short period of time. So therefore, the entire notice of intent to me holds very little merit, because it's not dealing with the underlying issue. So it's just I'm just one vote, just one person's opinion, and I want to work amicably with everybody, but it is a sticking point that I just cannot get over. So, thank you.
That's the letter from Ann Jablonski that was submitted. Do you want me to read it? You want to read it?
You read it. Okay,
All right.
yeah.
So I have a letter. There's a adjacent property owner who couldn't be here. This letter's from Ann Jablonski. It says, "Dear members of the Conservation Commission, I wish to raise a concern about the reference application by Mr. Russell Jennings on behalf of 508 International to repair a telephone bridge across the wetlands on property at 27 Ladd Road, Sturbridge. I am an abutter. I regret that I cannot attend the meeting in person. Although I generally support the care and upkeep of the environment, I question the necessity, benefit, intention of repairs proposed by Mr. Jennings. In recent years, 508 International, an entity in which Mr. Jennings has an interest, has conducted cross-country races beginning and ending in Charlton. The trails for these races have, however, constituted trespass on my property in Sturbridge. The designated trails continued from my property in Sturbridge across the driveway, the former Bond Sawmill Road, then across the fields of the referenced 27 Ladd Road property. I am not certain, but the trail may have continued over and near the existing bridge proposed for repair. The 508 International trails across my property resulted in damage to the environment, including the destruction of a stone wall, spray painting stones and trees, the increased possibility of erosion by the removal of undergrowth, and the polluting of the land with left behind non-biodegradable plastic marker ribbons, as well as race bibs. I am concerned that 508 International petition to repair the bridge is but a step in 508's seeking permission from the town of Sturbridge to expand their enterprise into Sturbridge. I worry that example of what may happen to my land could be a significant indicator of what could happen to the Sturbridge wetlands if the bridge repair is approved. I suggest that it is important for the Conservation Commission to know the purpose and necessity of the existing bridge and the repair sought by Mr. Jennings on behalf of 508 International. I hasten to offer my apologies if I am mistaken the intention of 508 International for the upkeep of the bridge across wetlands on the parcel at 27 Ladd Road and defer to the Conservation Commission's judgment in this matter. Thank you. Respectfully submitted, Ann Jablonski."
From my point of view, I think we need to look at all of the trails that are in Sturbridge, all of the activity that is planned in Sturbridge. This bridge is only indicative of what we don't want to hear. Oh yeah, that we just put the top on this one, we just put the bottom on that. That's been there since the summer of '42. We need to, at this point in time, take a hard look at what you're doing and what you're doing in Sturbridge and what you're doing near Sturbridge wetlands. If you don't want to do that, I understand where you're coming from with what you said, and in essence, from the non-legal part, you're absolutely correct. I can't speak to the legal part, but I mean, this has evolved to me, and I'm not a member of RANT. Is RANT you or is RANT the other guys?
Oh, it's not me.
Oh, okay. So I'm not, but we can't. We're not going to get pushed around. It's not like we were born yesterday, and we want our wetlands protected. And the fact that we were walked off the property because it was Charlton, and then to come back and it be Sturbridge and so forth. This has got to be done right, and it's got to be done completely. And if you guys don't want to do it, that's a problem. So you don't have a number at this point in time. Yeah, go ahead.
Only very briefly to, just for Mr. Chidester, and also the bank delineation that was brought up. That's a simple task. We just performed one in town. As far as EBT environmental, on 2 defense points, very brief. DEP and the Charlton Conservation Commission reviewed all wetland lines, and they're the ones that said that those wetland lines were correct. So I didn't redesignate wetlands. And secondly, the regulation is for cold water fisheries is stated you dump water into the cold water fishery in close proximity. We, in the judiciary case, showed that we were not in close proximity to McKinstry Brook. So I didn't reclassify McKinstry Brook, which is on mapping, which I do work on cold water fisheries, but our work was not on the cold water fishery. That's all.
I'm unaware of DEP working in Sturbridge on our wetlands.
I'm just defending my
You know,
company's name.
these
on
generalities,
those
we're specific. We're Sturbridge wetlands,
Yes, I understand.
okay?
I'm
Work in
totally
it,
with you.
within 200 feet of them.
Yes, sir.
Anything that's been done or is planned to be done, we want on a plan.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, if I just could, I think Mr. Chidester was referring to work
My
in
character,
Charlton,
my-
and he's responding to
yeah.
that. It's got nothing to do with you.
The only thing
Basically,
I'm
neither one of
talking
them has
about
a-
is
it's-
Sturbridge
it's
land,
Charlton.
Sturbridge
You're
wetlands.
interested in Sturbridge, I understand
Right,
that.
yeah.
Right.
And as a consultant, I'm interested in Sturbridge too.
Yeah.
The point was that there was two character references that I reclassified wetlands. I did it. DEP looked at them, Gary Domain and Charlton, and agreed on the wetland line. And secondly, I did not reclassify McKinstry Brook. We were in close proximity to McKinstry Brook. We were not down McKinstry Brook. That's all I'm saying about the comments by Mr. Chidester.
Okay, all right. Well,
I appreciate the clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
so would you like a continuation? Because you do not have a file number.
Yes, and I don't, I think you need the number to do something in
Yeah.
any event.
Yep.
Great.
All right, so the next meeting is March 3rd.
Any of
This
this
would be
documentation that you don't have, Becky will get for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So 6:45 at March 3rd, is that okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you
Right.
want to set up a site visit to look at the
But-
other properties?
We can do that before, is anybody in the audience further that would like to speak on this? Okay, go ahead.
Mean, right, do you want to do a site inspection to look at the other properties that I quickly looked at? Would you like to,
Well, is it on a plan?
Well-
Is it even appropriate at this point? Sorry.
well, it's covered under the enforcement order in the
Yeah.
court case.
But they need to put together a plan.
Yeah.
I agree with you, all right.
Thank you.
We need a plan, and then you show us what you're doing and where you're doing it in Sturbridge.
And one last thing from EBT Inc. We only were involved with just the bridge. We weren't aware of any other issues that there were. They asked us to delineate the bridge. I got involved a few weeks ago. We delineated the bridge.
Yeah.
And set the BBW data forms in, and that's the only involvement at this point. But more than willing to work with Mr. Jennings to
Yeah.
look at all other areas that are within resource area buffer zones in Sturbridge.
Yeah, this is not a catch me if you can. We want to know now.
This is the first, I've only been involved for a few weeks.
Okay,
I
all
didn't,
right.
I'm just getting new on this
Yeah.
new thing in Sturbridge.
Yeah.
I was
Great. No, I
involved in
appreciate it.
Charlton. Thank
That
you.
comment was for everybody.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Glenn, to address your comment, Rebecca's been out walking the trails. She has access to the property. She's always had access to the property. She's walked the trails.
Always is an incorrect statement.
No, that is not an incorrect statement. From the time Rebecca has entered this job, I have always stated to her, she is always welcome on the property with 24 hours notice. Is that not true?
He did mention that one of the first times that I
Okay,
did go out when we
alright.
That
talked
is
about
our
the
open door
driveway.
policy with any conservation commission, whether we're in Sturbridge or Charlton. You were never walked off the property. I told you were free to walk the property. We thought it was in Charlton, what we were walking into. I said, if you want to walk into Charlton, you're more than fine to do so. We'd welcome you
Okay.
in Charlton.
Right.
So,
Surveying
um,
plans.
you know, but as of the trails that Rebecca has been walking, if there are any issues on those, we'd love to hear about them. I mean, I haven't heard any issues from you on what you've walked so far.
Right.
Right?
There was snow and ice
So-
cover, but I did have some potential concerns that I wanted to bring to their attention at a public meeting, so.
Motion to approve the continuance?
Motion to approve the continued, gentlemen.
I'll
All in
second
favor?
that.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Yep. Yep. We are now,
Behind. We were ahead. Didn't take long for us to get behind. Sorry about that. No, thank you for recusing yourself. I appreciate it. Thank you.
we are at 96 Westwood. Request for determination of applicability. N. Scaletti, applicant raise and rebuild of existing deck and raise of porch and rebuild mudroom. Okay,
Good evening.
I think that goes to build mudroom, doesn't it?
Yeah, what do you say?
It says rebuild the mudroom.
Oh, yeah.
It's-
Hang on a
Good,
second.
good.
The microphone is non-directional, so you have to have it facing towards you. And you also need to introduce yourself to the listening public.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Neil Scaletti, property owner at 96 Westwood Drive in Sturbridge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just want to add that he did provide in advance the legal ad and butter notification, so I do have those.
All right,
Do you want me to, go over the project? Do you want to give a quick description of what you're doing for them?
Either way, so we have an existing,
You have a pointer up there too, so if you
Yeah.
want to use it.
I'm
hard.
not this.
primarily,
Okay.
explain it for-
I can do it if you want.
Yeah, why don't you do it, Rebecca? That'd
All
be
right, all right.
fantastic.
So,
Probably
right,
better.
this is an existing single-family house. We're on Cedar Lake. They recently bought the property. The house is here. There are some steps in the front. There are 2 deck structures in the back here. What the intent is to take both of these decks down, and in the footprint of the deck here, this would be a 3-season room on pilings with limited disturbance with those piling installation. And then on the front, the steps would come out, and this would be a mud room that would be added on. So I actually had highlighted a plan, but I don't have it on here. So the 50-foot buffer zone is about here. And actually, the lines here show. Maybe I'll zoom in a little bit, actually. Let's see. That's much better. All right. So you can see that the new structure, which is in the footprint of the deck, is 49.5 feet away. So we're far from the resource area. It's pretty much out of the no new build. He does have 2 structures already there, one of which he's taking out, and this will be further from the resource area from that one. The mudroom is, I mean, I'm not sure exactly how far it is, but it's almost at the extent of the 100-foot buffer zone. So this is a request for determination of applicability. This would be considered a minor project under the Wetland Protection Act regs. I think this is a project that can be approved through the determination process. It is minimal soil disturbance associated with the pilings that will go in for both the mud room and the 3-season room. They're seeing a lot of contractors wanting to use these instead of pouring the footings, which is actually it's less disturbance and probably easier for everyone and better for us for any type of erosion potential concerns. I don't see any concerns with this project. I would recommend that we approve it. I have some minimal conditions to include. We do share these with other town departments. The town planner did indicate, which I think it's already aware, they're filing with the zoning board on this. She said it's a pre-existing non-conforming lot and structure that may be modified with approval of the zoning board of appeals. The applicant has filed with us and is scheduled for the meeting of February 19th. She doesn't anticipate any major concerns with the application, as there's no increase in the non-conformities associated with the request. Okay?
Gentlemen, Mr. B.
One comment. Because it's not completely out of the 50-foot buffer zone, and because we try to make the 50-foot buffer zone sacred, would it be possible to ask the owner to put in some either trees or berry-bearing bushes or something for that very small incursion into our 50-foot no-touch buffer zone? I know it's a very small lot.
Yeah, I think we're making the footprint smaller and getting further away from it, though.
I'm sorry, Dave, because I didn't take any pictures when I was out there, but there was quite a bit of trees on the
Yeah.
property.
There is.
And a lot of it was it,
I thought what we saw was, with those big black marks, was the tree cover.
I do have.
I didn't go on a site visit, I'm sorry.
I do have a picture for you here. Actually, just happen to have it.
yes, quite a bit.
So these are the 2 decks coming down, and then we're.
Oh, that's great,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, that's fine. Good. Thank you. I'm done.
Steve?
That's a good call, Dave, but it's not an issue, but that's good to ask.
Steve, you
I'm
have-
all set with it. I was at the site
Yeah,
visit.
I think it's a good project.
Steve, Stephen?
Just a comment that I appreciate that you're moving structures, removing them towards the lake. That's a great thing. We encourage that. Thank you.
Yeah, I have no problem with the project either. Could I have, any audience? Go ahead.
I don't think I'm needed, but. My name is Steve Henning, and I purchased the home at 104 Westwood Drive last year. I've never met Neil, but I have toured the property when it was for sale. I have viewed it from the water, and I have no objections to the
Great.
improvement.
Good, thank you.
If I knew you better, I'd make some kind of a shady comment.
No, never met this man.
Close the public hearing, please.
I move we close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Do I have a
Right.
motion?
Motion to approve the project as submitted,
Go.
with the caveats given by the conservation agent.
Yep,
Second.
So this is a determination. I'd recommend positive TB. We're not approving a resource area delineation through
Right.
this process. That's subject to our local bylaw with a negative number 3, subject to Wetlands Protection Act, and can be conditioned to avoid any impact or need to file a notice of intent.
Great.
So moved.
Did we have a second on that,
Steve
Dave?
did.
Steve? Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you all for your
Yeah.
time.
Right,
Thank you.
now, you have to sign this, please. So Neil, we'll issue a determination, we'll mail it to your mailing address, and that'll outline a couple small conditions for while you do work. Okay?
All right, appreciate it.
No problem.
Yep.
Making up time,
All right.
7 o'clock.
We are now at 7 o'clock. 138 Lake Road, notice of intent, DEP file number 300-TBA.
1:50.
T. Chamberlain, applicant, Estate of V. Hill, owner, unpermitted tree removal and landscape restoration. Hey, Tommy, I'm getting tired of seeing you.
Good evening, Tom Chamberlain, Trees and Trails Consulting. I'm representing Chris Hill, who is the owner of the, representing the owner of the property. I know the commission took a site walk. Let me start by saying you had a question about how does Mr. Hill plan getting his dock in and out of the water. I did receive a reply from him. I don't know that it directly answers your question, but he says, like many other residents around the lake, he hires a company to do that, and they come and do it and take it in and put it out. So he says, I've never witnessed them removing it or putting it in. But he says it is a relatively new dock because, as we witnessed, there was the pulley system around the base of that tree close to the water, and he said the old dock used to, you know, be kind of winched out with the pulley system, which obviously is no longer viable. But he says he hires a company to come in, and he has no intent of changing that. It works, and that's, you know, he's happy with the way it's currently going with that company.
Tom, you're a disappointment. You had the perfect opportunity to just say, it's magic. And it works.
Oh, I'm sorry, Becky.
Thank you. Yeah. Do you want to go over the proposed plan? or-
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You have a
So-
pointer up there too, Tom, so you know.
So as the board is aware, I made a report as to the condition of the 22 trees last fall, and indicated that a number of them were dead, in my opinion, as a certified arborist. The commission reviewed that letter and came back with a request, Mr. Hill, to come back with a planting plan that proposed a 2-to-1 replacement for all 22 trees. So I prepared a plan. The commission has been out on the site and looked at it. I know we had some questions that I tried to answer, why certain species were planted in certain locations, and to the type of species I proposed, and in my mind, they were in general native trees and plants that provided some wildlife habitat or food source improvement to what was remaining there on the site. We also looked at some of the site conditions, given the existing rocks that were on the site, and of course the building itself, the location of the pump and the existing driveway. So with that, basically we are proposing to plant 10 winterberry, which is a tall growing shrub, 9 yellow birch trees, 5 white cedar trees, 12 serviceberry trees, and 8 mountain laurel shrubs. Interspaced and spread out throughout the property to provide a mix of the habitat.
Comments?
None.
Eric?
No, thank you, Tom.
Steven?
Well, I wasn't very happy when I saw this initially, but I think it helped a lot to have the site visit again and have Tom kind of explain why certain species were placed where they were and the probability that they would survive, and so forth. I'm still just absolutely shocked at what happened at this property. And I would personally like to see more trees than shrubs, but I do understand that, there's limitations as to what, the space and as Tom pointed out, the rocks and various other factors. Obviously, all the stumps that are there are also causing an issue with replanting. So, that's.
Yeah, I agree with you on I guess my only comment on it is they're not trees. We're everything's small. The stuff that came out of there was big.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see some species back in there, and I think we set it on site, and then we walked away from it, that would grow to some size.
Well, again, I think my discussion with the commission at the time was this plan doesn't show the existing trees that are still surviving on the site, and that my selection of trees were to compensate for the shade that already exists from those trees. If you're looking to plant other hardwood species that generally require more full sun, they're just not going to survive. They're not going to amount to the kind of full-size tree that you may be trying to envision to have on that site after a few years. All of these, the winterberry grows and tops out at approximately 20 feet. The yellow birch will top off at about 30 feet. The white cedar tops off at about 25 feet. The service berries will go to about 30 feet. They're all meant to be understory trees, as I had discussed when the board was out there.
There are hardwood species, though, that will grow in shade. Is that true? I mean, I thought we had some discussion of that on site.
Well, there are hardwood species there, but they grew up in conjunction with the rest of the species that are there.
Mm-hmm.
No question, it's unfortunate that, in one area, by where he removed the majority of the trees up in the back of the house, that created a large open area. And could we plant one or two larger trees there? If that's what the commission is really, fine. Again, I was looking, for something that would fill in and not overpower the site, given, I think, on the two sides, you saw how limited the space was also. And I would, say that, especially that thin, narrow side by the driveway, that's literally right up against the neighbor's sheds and everything.
The area in here, though, this is a big open area that looks like it would accommodate a garage nicely. That's where I would like to see, you have these, I guess, these are Winterberry? Is that?
Yellow birch.
Yeah.
or
Yellow birch, there's, in
It's
that area,
confused.
let me just go to my notes.
6.
There's actually 15 trees proposed in that area, of which 6 are the yellow birch, and 6 are the serviceberry, and 3 white cedar. And then there's 2 winterberry shrubs, and then the 4 mountain laurel. And the 4 mountain laurel are right up against the property line, where they're already tucked in underneath the existing trees that were left there. And the shade of the neighbor's trees, too.
It's tough to land on a site with the tree cutter and have him look you right in the eye. And when you say, do you have approval to do this? And he says, no. Do you know you need it? Yes. They told me to go ahead and do it, and I had the crane, so I did it.
This was obviously before I became involved.
I
so
know it wasn't you, Tommy.
I can't speak to that, Ed.
I agree with
Clearly, I can understand, I can understand that perspective would
Yeah.
be disappointing, no question about that, but.
Gentlemen, what do you want to do?
Well, you don't have a file number, so you can't,
So you can't do
you
anything?
can't vote on it, but
No.
you can give some idea if you,
Well, I'd like to see a couple of good hardwoods up behind.
Tom, is there gonna be competition behind the house if you put in some hardwoods from the root structures that exist from the trees that were taken down?
Well, that's a good question, Dave. 2 of the root stumps that are currently there, that I identified as red maples, are actually resuckering. So, again, that will resucker, and clearly I can indicate that. I mean, the stumps are indicated on the plan here. We can make sure that resuckering continues.
I wouldn't have any problem with that.
Okay. I mean, he's not proposing at this time, in my emails with him, he said he has no plans for a garage or anything. He wants to, have me, work with you, the commission, and resolve this issue, so.
Right? All right, continuation to the next. We haven't got any choice because we don't have a number.
I move we continue.
Tommy, all right with you?
Yeah, I may have an issue where I may not be able to
It doesn't matter.
attend.
I don't think it'll
I
matter.
don't think it'll
Okay.
make a difference.
All right.
It just requires a vote,
so it'll
because we
be,
have no other issues with the
Just,
project.
Okay.
But
Okay?
in the meantime, yeah, so we're
We're
not gonna
with the
go,
red-
yeah,
Yeah.
with what, resuckering, yeah. okay.
Right, I'll amend the plan, so when his landscaper and everybody knows, we're definitely not trimming those
Okay.
red maple stumps,
Good.
let them come back up.
All right,
so that'll be 7 o'clock on March 3rd.
okay. But you don't need
You
to
know,
be here.
yeah,
All right,
All right?
Okay.
Thanks, Tommy.
thank you.
thank you, members.
Thanks.
Anytime.
All right, we're now at 7:15. 10 Fairgrounds Road, notice of intent, DEP number 300-1052, 1052. Simonelli, applicant, owner, replacement of a failing retaining wall, replacement of a dock, shore up the shed foundation, lifting the house, removing and enclosing the porch, replacement of a home addition and removal of trees, deck, and associated site work. Mr. Simonelli, how you doing?
Oh, well,
Good.
Legal ad and the butter notifications have already been provided, so you know. And a file number came in hot off the press, 4:30 today, so. 1052. 300-1052.
Yeah.
Okay, as included in the package that we delivered to you guys, you have pictures of what the wall had been. It was coming down,
Yeah.
that wall had been there for,
Yep, I'll pull those up and just, sorry, in your packet too, it did include, there's, a copy of the description of all the activities that was included in the NOI. It was part of the application that you already looked at, but I just thought it would be useful for you to have that, to kind of go through this, quite a few things, and we can kind of go one by one on there. So it should be
Yep.
under 10 Fairgrounds.
Yeah.
That's the yellow,
Oh,
the
yellow,
yellow
yeah.
one. I'll have to use a special color. Yeah, oh yeah.
Could you also introduce yourself to the
oh, sure.
public?
Henry Simonelli, I'm the owner of the premises at 10 with my wife. Okay. So, yeah, this shows how the state of the wall, it kind of tumbled over from erosion. It actually undermined the wall at that point. Maybe it doesn't show up well enough, but right where the dock is, the stones are missing underneath. So it's kind of scary to stand on that.
I have some more in the actual application that.
So at any rate, we're proposing to reconstruct the wall, same stone, same material. Those are the stones we're using to put them in place and restore it in its original condition.
I hope a little better.
Well, yeah, I'm hoping to. I'm expecting that it should be nice and neat when he's done. I have a mason that I had contracted with, and he seems very knowledgeable about. In fact, he made me think of things that I hadn't thought of. The water flow behind there and whatnot, which he's addressing. And on this picture, you can see the corner of the shed foundation, which is actually still part of that same wall, and that's being undermined by the water flow that comes down through there. So consequently, we want to put a concrete pad under there with some sidewalls to prevent that from occurring anymore, as well as pointing up the wall so that it's reinforced once more as it was originally.
Could you go back over that again, please, Mr. Simonelli? Where are you putting concrete pad?
A pad underneath it.
Hey, could you give him the pointer? There's a pointer on the.
Thank you. Okay. Is that me doing that?
No.
No.
Okay.
That was me.
Oh, okay.
You might have it backwards.
No, it's right.
That's
That's
right?
right.
Yeah.
And do I point it at
Yeah.
just where I want it to go?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go.
I thought it was the cursor that I was moving. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so this is where the water's been flowing through and undermining over here. So we would put the pad up underneath with some sidewalls.
So there's excavation of that slope that's going to take place.
Correct. That's right. I talked to the same people that are doing the lift job for me. They're a house moving company. And I spoke with him, and he said that shouldn't be a problem to just pick the shed up and get that out of the way. So there won't be a lot of, it'll be out of the way when the patchwork is done under here. And then it'll be just placed back on once it's complete.
All right, I'll go back to the plan. If you kind of want to go through, if you want to use your narrative that they have, did everyone find their narrative? I think
Yeah, sure.
I think it would just be easier.
Okay.
The retaining wall, shed and dock, which you just talked about, was was first.
Okay.
Second is lifting the house.
All right, so on the house lift, no change in footprint for the lift. We'll be talking about the addition that we're proposing, but no change in footprint for the lift. It will simply be lifted in place about 3.5 feet with supporting structure in between, as well as I'm hoping to get some steel I-beams in there so that I can eliminate the lolly columns out of there and have the space in my territory down cellar. And then after the lift is done, we're going to take, right here, that's a 3-season porch, which we're going to eliminate. And in its place, we're going to put an addition, and then this right here, this little box, that's the master bedroom. The addition will actually come across and then meet, it'll just square off that end. So right where the pointer is now is where the actual foundation ends. So it'll start there, come down, and square off with where this foundation picks it up. And that will be the proposed addition.
And is this the deck that comes out here? I'm gonna-
Yes, that would be the deck area.
So the deck actually will go into the 50-foot buffer zone, right?
That will
So
come out, and it's still within the, it's 53 feet, if you can see from right here, to the deck. So it's actually beyond the 50-foot.
All right, well, that line must be wrong then, or something's wrong.
That line says it's 3 feet into the 50 feet.
have that, is it?
What's that? There's nothing within.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
Holly, could you tell the people that are
Which
in
line are you pointing, which line are you referring to?
We're looking at the deck, right,
This line here?
that line right there.
Yeah, here's the course right here, 53 feet. Did you see 47
Oh, the
feet
porch
somewhere?
is, that's not the porch. Where's the, Becky, which one is this?
Yeah.
This is the porch right here.
Yeah, that's the deck.
That's the deck, right?
Right.
That's the 50-foot. So you're putting the deck in the 50-foot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so it's not, the buffer doesn't begin where the water begins?
No.
No.
Nope. Well,
No, I see exactly what you're saying. I didn't even notice that.
okay, go ahead. Keep going. I'm just,
Okay, so, then, all right, so, if I may ask, where does that 50-foot buffer get established from? That's not a line that's drawn, like, parallel to the water?
Edge of resource area.
Yeah.
It's basically from the mean high water, which is right in here. Okay, this area in here, Mendon Creek, is actually a flood zone. It's an AE zone by the,
Okay,
okay, from that AE zone out is the 50 feet,
okay.
which is your
Well-
high water.
So, well, bordering land subject to,
Has no buffer, has no.
right,
buffer,
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So you're gonna go from what would be top of bank, which is a wall.
which is
So I think you
over
just need
here,
to
which is the
clarify
mean-
that on the
It's the
plan.
mean high water there right now. That's what we're using for the 50-foot line.
Okay, but,
All right, well,
But, like you said, the flood zone has no buffer, but yet the mean high water is encompassed within that flood zone. And from there, the mean high water over is 50 feet.
right,
Do you know what I'm saying?
right.
Okay.
all right, so, well, at any rate.
Let's go on.
yeah,
Let's
yeah.
go on. Don't hang up on that. We're gonna have to make a decision on that, but
Let's see, so that would be the lifting, and then we spoke about the addition, and then, there is some wiring already going to the shed. They buried the wire. I guess that was okay in that day. We're going to be putting a conduit for it, and I wanted to also at the same time bring down a water line to where the shed is so I could feed a spigot there. That will help me to rinse off things.
That's this line right here coming from the shed.
Yeah.
to the building itself, would encompass actually two lines, a water line plus an electrical line.
Yep.
We're all within the same trench.
Right. Although I may suggest that it might, instead of cutting into the stone foundation there, since we'll have new construction, it might make more sense there, right? Okay. And then the trees. Okay, there are a couple of trees, and at the site visit, I think I pointed them out to you. There's one that's actually encroaching on the garage, is growing
one right
into the
here.
garage.
Yeah, that's gotta come out.
Okay, this one here is just stone dead next to the shed.
And one
There's
here.
another, there's actually two others over there. One is completely dead, and the other is that pine tree that has like 3 meters on it or something. And those would be the trees that we're proposing to remove. We want to, in its place, we want to plant some woody shrubs. We were thinking of Rose of Sharon, rhododendron, and/or hydrangea. However, I'm also planning to put in between the neighbor a row of arborvitae. No, the arborvitae of the other neighbor. Yeah,
Over
yeah.
here.
Yeah, right there, right. So that's how we expect to be handling the tree replacement for what we.
The tree, this tree here,
Yes.
what did you say that it was? 'Cause that's a big hardwood, right?
You mean the healthy one that's there? That's staying.
That's the one that's there, if you think about it, right in this culvert, there's one that has basically a 4-foot stump.
Yeah.
So that's the one that's there. That's what he's gonna remove.
I think there was
Yeah,
photos.
I think I got photos of those particular
Yeah,
trees.
Yeah.
that's not what he told us on site. The bad half of that's already broken off.
Right.
That tree is staying. I like that.
The other one,
That's a
the other
nice-
part of it was staying.
I think there was 2 hemlocks.
Yeah, I think there's
So-
a hemlock in there too.
I
I
Yeah.
forgot
Would be
about
the
that.
two trees. One's a
Right. And
thin
that's
one,
coming
and then the
out.
other's a little heavier.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, right here. I think it was two hemlocks that are
Right.
a large and a small one that are dead.
I think that might come back, though. Sorry.
Yeah. From the two needles.
Yeah.
Keep going, Henry.
And I think that's the sum total of the.
Need to talk about that wall.
Okay, back to the wall then, right? You want to talk more about the wall?
Yeah, backs to the wall.
Becky, you got a shot of the wall you can look at?
Pre-existing or current condition?
I would think current condition.
I think these are my. This is when I first went out
This
there.
is what we're looking at.
So can you give us a description of what has taken place prior to having any kind of permit on the site?
Right, I had gone to your website and pulled a pamphlet, and I understand now that the rules had changed, but from the pamphlet that I had pulled, it said, and maybe my interpretation is wrong, but project activities that do not require permitting. Retainer wall repair, no permit is required for work done during the lake drawdown, and no machinery involved. There is no machinery involved, it's hand labor, and it's, the same materials. I started it that way. I actually informed the agent that I had that going. I wasn't trying to, hide it or anything, because I thought I was okay in doing that. I had called her to ask her, when, how long it takes for the water to come back, because I was concerned about it coming up against the work that I was doing there. And then that tripped her into informing me about, she went down there and took a look at what was going on, and informed me that I had to do this proceeding here, the notice of intent, which I
Yep.
promptly filed. So that's how we got to that stage. And what I'd like to do is, clearly I think the site would benefit from being completed. especially before the water creeps in any further. So we'd like to be able to get that part of the work done. And the project, like I said, it's gonna be putting the same stones back in the same wall that had been there for more than 50 years, I'm sure. So that's what we're trying to do. And that's our request with respect to the stone wall.
Okay.
Aren't we in trouble here because of the drawdown being over January 1st? The dam is open and Cedar Lake is filling back up,
Right.
and that's wide open.
Right.
We're gonna have a problem.
Right.
Well, that's why we hadn't really done any,
Yeah.
we hadn't done anything since
Yeah.
I was informed that I had to file this. I mean, it probably would have been done by now if we had the opportunity to, but I understand we gotta go through this process, and I certainly wanna do that and ask for.
Right.
I think we mentioned on the site visit to get that junk out of there. And we also said, get some erosion controls down immediately, as in like the next day. And we were pretty clear that this had to get out of there, and then we needed a plan for the stone wall.
Okay.
So I went by there yesterday, and maybe you and I have a different definition of immediate and the next day, but I was a little miffed, and I called Becky, and I said, a week later, there's still no erosion control. Thank you, David. I keep forgetting about this microphone. So anyway, so that's one of my comments to the commission, that I was over there. My other comment is a question about that slab underneath the shed that you're thinking about putting in. I would defer to a real engineer here, but you're gonna try to cut down on water flow by putting an absolutely pervious slab underneath that thing? I think we talked about that at the site visit, that there's gotta be different ways, or a different way to cut down on that erosion than to put a slab under the entire shed.
Well, I'm certainly open to suggestions, but my thought was, if I put the slab under there, can we get the plan up?
You know,
Yeah, but-
I've apologized for throwing the slab in there yet. I'm not done with the erosion control and the removal of that mess that you put down, and the water is coming up. You know, why aren't there erosion controls? Why weren't they put up the next day? We were very serious about that.
Then I must have misunderstood. I thought that was what you were proposing to suggest, or I actually had called the place in Auburn to pick up the wattles, and then I thought that I had to get this in first and get the engineer to approve that, which is what he had drawn into his plan.
The engineer to approve
Well, I mean,
the wattle?
No, to show me where the placement of the wattles is supposed to be, and that's what he did in his plan. Okay?
Okay, just for anybody that's listening,
Yeah.
if the Conservation Commission says, we need some erosion controls put in here immediately, and if you don't know what that means, anybody listening, you say, excuse me, could I just pick your brain for a little bit here? We could show you where to put the wattles. Every one of us has shown people where to put erosion controls, and it's just, I don't know, disappointing is not a
Can
good
it be done
word.
tomorrow?
Better be done tomorrow.
I don't have a problem with going out and picking them up tomorrow.
All right.
Yep. In addition, we discussed, I mean, that information was given to the contractor a couple times since my conversations with him since I first went out there in early January. And also too, there's still some material was removed out of there. There's additional materials which still need to come out of there. And that was conveyed at the last site visit and multiple conversations with your contractor too. You know, what we discussed when we originally realized that this was, you know, not a minor repair, but a reconstruction of the wall, was that Right, it's a violation. When I met your contractor over there, kind of went over everything and the urgency to get everything out of the resource area and up into the upland area and putting up erosion control. So I think that, I mean, I know you mentioned at one point in time, you might have been having some issues getting your contractor out there. I think that what the commission's trying to say is that there is immediate emergency, reason to do this at this time, and I think we've been trying to portray that. The commission, gave you the opportunity to file your notice of intent so you can get this work done because there is an urgency with the water level rising up, which is going to happen soon, and trying to work with you to avoid enforcement actions. So I think that there really needs to be some action taken to get that cleaned up immediately, while they're giving some flexibility here, so.
Eric?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'd like to see all of that stuff taken care of. I think that's the difference between hiring somebody who has maybe masonry skills and somebody who has skills working in and around wetlands. Because to the untrained eye, he just took those stones and put them right into the water and put it right into the wetland
The area where the water
and brought
goes.
it backwards and created more harm than was being done by the failed wall. So that absolutely needs to be addressed. I also had some questions. We were talking on site. There looked to be some rebar that was put down that seemed to be kind of further into the wetland and maybe a little bit further out. Can you speak to the rebar that was put into the
Where the lake is gonna be.
yeah,
Land
right,
underwater.
exactly.
Land underwater.
I can speak to it. That's where the, if you show the front of the lake.
I don't think you can see it.
The rebar was right here.
Right.
And was a line, for a line to be run along to create the wall.
It was
Yeah,
for,
so we could
for
put it in the
sight
same
line.
place that it had been.
Right. Okay. So.
He wasn't gonna put wall out where that rebar was.
Oh, no, no,
because
not
it
at all.
turns in
Oh.
before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I had the
It's a
same
good
problem.
question.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, those stairs that you had seen there, those
They're
I'm
staying.
keeping, and those go into the water. That's how we
Sure.
get into the water.
Yeah, just for the record, I was shocked when we went out on site, when I saw it the first time. So I think that wall needs to be, it needs to be replaced immediately before the water comes up, because we can't have this sitting here for an entire, season
Absolutely.
the way it is.
Yep.
So whatever we have to do to get that wall in, and the wall is to not be anywhere closer to the lake, any further out in the lake than it was originally. I'm not gonna personally approve slab underneath this. I agree with Steve that that's not what we do. That structure is right on the lake.
Mm-hmm.
And there have got to be other engineered solutions for that than putting a slab underneath that. We don't approve slabs
Okay.
within the 25-foot buffer zone.
Sure.
I'd also like to see some additional plantings. You have basically ornamental, screening between your property and the neighbor property with no redeeming wildlife habitat benefits. So I would like to see some additional plantings. And that's, oh, yeah, and obviously not the deck within the 50-foot buffer. Those are my comments.
I wanna get my-
Sorry, I know you do. I'm just gonna add, I don't think it was included in the description. We didn't go over it. The dock is proposed within the footprint of the original dock as well. And he has been informed of the chapter 91 requirements and licenses that he needs to get to put that permanent structure in there. So the, notice of intent does indicate that there's about, 10 square feet of land underwater impact associated with the footings
Right,
for the
exactly.
dock. But we don't really have, anything at this time. I think that it would be advisable to have something submitted, a little more detail about what the footing of the docks and location information.
It's
for
gonna
the
be
permit.
temporary dock,
No, it's a permanent dock.
permanent dock.
Yep, so we'll have to go to DEP for that.
Yeah.
Yep.
One more comment, Mr. Chairman.
No permit. Yep.
under the heading of underground wiring and piping,
Yes.
one of the things you said, Mr. Simonelli, is, well, that may change. But one of the things you have to understand is, if we approve that plan, you don't make any changes.
Okay.
You work to the plan. So if you're thinking about changing the wiring for the plumbing and the wiring for the water, I mean, the piping for the water, you have to get that done before you have it installed. The plan is the plan. What we approve, when you're all done, we're gonna ask you for a certificate that indicates that everything that was on the plan is exactly how it was done.
Got it.
So you can't just arbitrarily change the plan like you took down the wall. It's gotta
just-
be on the plan
just to
in
be-
order for us to be able to accept it.
Just to be clear on the record, taking down the wall wasn't arbitrary. It wasn't done with intent to pull anything. I mean, if I was hiding something, I wouldn't have mentioned it to the agent.
No, I'm not suggesting you're hiding
No, let's-
anything, but
let's
as
never
was
back-
pointed out
Let's
by
only
one of
go
our,
forward here. We've been working on this a while. Let's just go forward.
Yeah, sure.
but as was
Your
pointed out
point-
by
your
one of
point
our
is forward, huh?
agents,
Yeah. It's gotta be an
the
as-built.
rock wall was thrown into the stream bed. That's backwards.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
The issue, the shed has one side, it has a wall on the water side, okay? How would you propose, if he's gonna pick it up and pull it back and put 3 other walls on it, how would you propose that they be done? With sonotubes, or how would you like to see? It is a structure in that spot. It's grandfathered in that spot. So, what would you suggest? If he was gonna put a slab there?
I think the least obtrusive engineered column that I've seen are the ones that get screwed.
Pilings.
Yeah, the pile,
What are they called, Lenny?
Anchor screws.
Well, there's anchor name for them too.
Angus screws.
Yeah.
But won't I still get the water hitting that stone wall and
Well, I think you can make repairs to the existing wall that
Yeah,
will keep,
that's
the
not
water
bad.
line wasn't too high on that, if I remember the picture. Yeah.
and rock could be put underneath the shed to allow for, water to move through there if it needed to.
I was
I don't know, I'm not an engineer, but
Yeah, I'm not either, but
I mean, that's
I'm
what
trying to
we
resolve it.
oftentimes-
What?
That's what we oftentimes recommend, is putting stone on.
We shouldn't be engineering the project for the
Yeah.
applicant.
yeah,
Okay.
Lenny can
There it
come
is.
back with.
No, and actually, I
Okay.
was hoping that the water would then be, if it's not going under there, would then be directed into this garden on the side. I'm a lazy man gardener. I'd rather have Mother Nature take care of all the watering for me than have to do it on my own. So I was hoping that by holding the water here, then it's in that bed that we would have along the neighbor's line. So that was another benefit that I would have had by doing that.
Well, I guess you have to figure that benefit out without a slab, Lenny, okay?
Yeah, and I think too, that the property line's pretty close right there, so just make sure
Right.
you're working with your neighbor if you're passing, encroaching on a property line,
So let's start back through just a little bit from my turn. We need the wall back in the spot that it was.
Okay?
That has to be the first thing you do. We have to get that cleaned up, the shoreline cleaned up.
Sure.
And all the organic stuff that's in in those piles has got to get out of there. All the boards, the logs, all that stuff.
Phil?
Well, not necessarily the fill. So I'd correct me on the organic, but the logs, they're full of nails. Some kid's going to come over there and you're going to have a liability. So this has got to be done first. This is absolutely first. As far as, and it's got to be done quickly too. So as far as the shed's concerned, we don't want you to pour a slab.
Okay.
I think the tree cutting that you had indicated on site was satisfactory, although I'm confused now as to what we agreed on. What's the story on the buffer? You want to keep it out, this porch outside of the buffer?
Yes.
Is it in the original footprint?
No, it's an extension.
It's all new. It's a new structure.
It's a new-
So,
But the only
Somebody help
encroachment
me-
is gonna just be the pilings that hold it up. It's not, and, you know, it's all going to be
Yeah,
permeable
well, that's-
material underneath.
Yeah, we're resolved on the 50 feet, so you're gonna have to move it back a little bit, make it a slightly smaller porch.
not to belabor the point, but can somebody just tell, like, that 25-foot does not go along the same line as the 50-foot? So I'm trying to figure out how that is even
Good observation.
made,
Yep.
or who made that. But, you know,
Well, Lenny will take care of it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Good point.
Yeah, okay.
Which means you're taking off
Have I missed anything else that we talked
The
about?
rocks from the rock wall that are in the lake need to be taken out before the rock wall gets reconstructed. That's all gotta be
That's-
part of the
that's a
same
good-
process.
Yeah.
Henry?
Well, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that's a good point David just made. You need to get your mason to get the rocks out of the lake area right away, even prior to building the wall. He won't like that. It'll be a little bit.
All foreign materials, I would
Right.
say.
What?
All foreign
All
materials.
foreign materials.
And I'll be happy to meet him again.
Remember you said you want to be
show
able
him
to walk
again.
there without hurting your feet?
Yeah, yeah,
We want that too, and we want it before the water comes back.
Yeah, it
Okay.
has to be, or I'm not gonna have all.
This week's gonna be
Okay.
nice,
Yeah.
so,
Yep.
you know, he indicated that he would do that to me before multiple times. And the first time when it wasn't done completely, I spoke to him
Right.
again, said to get it done, so I think this week.
This
I've
is
been
a lot.
chomping at the bit to
And
get this
erosion
thing done.
Lenny?
Excuse me, I'd like to say that, you know, looking at how to do this, I say the first thing we have to do is to set the erosion control barrier in the front where I show it.
Right.
Mhm.
Mhm.
That's
Yep.
the first thing.
First thing,
Right.
okay, yeah.
Number two, DEP file number on the street, so if anyone has a complaint, they know what to do.
Well,
Correct.
go for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
After those two are done, then I say, fine, then we remove the material on the front, but those two are imperative.
Okay.
And remember that everything is under the crunch, because we have roughly 6 weeks before the first couple of inches of water are gonna be lapping right up against that shore.
I'm,
All right, now, we've been from front to back.
Anyone in the public?
What?
Public?
Yeah, that's a good point. Anybody in the public like to speak? Lenny, Henry, you got the guidance that you need?
I do, and I appreciate all of your input. And I will be personally picking up those wattles tomorrow and get them out there. As far as,
Well, I think a silk fence.
So now we need a continuation here? Which was,
Yeah, you need a silt fence too. You need a silt fence out.
yeah,
there.
it's the same place has both
Yeah.
of them there.
Yeah, just look at the plan.
so we want to get them going, but we got to
Silt
have a
fence
continuation.
toward the water, right?
Just with the wall, yeah.
Yeah.
You're not,
Don't worry.
you need a revised plan.
Oh,
so.
I thought that said wattle on your,
Glenn, nobody wants my
Let's
name
make it
anyway.
clear.
Yeah.
You're
Thank
saying
you.
silt fence, he's saying water.
no, both.
You want the water with the silt.
Both,
That's right.
Yeah,
yeah,
Silt, okay.
Yeah,
refer to the plan.
I agree.
Okay.
okay.
I think that's what we're saying.
No, I
So
already
in-
priced them out. He said he had them in stock, so.
So in the continuation,
Yeah,
we're looking for,
Okay, that's what you.
you got the listing? What- Read it off to us, Beck, what we,
All right, so Lenny, there's a few things that were also asked for on here. So, no slab under the shed.
Got that.
Gonna check the buffer zone indications and revise those on the plan.
That's the deck, right?
right. yeah.
Right, but make sure the buffer zone lines are, just
These
redo
lines
those.
right here,
Look at
the
those and redo
25 and
them.
the 50.
It was requested for additional plantings. I don't know if that's, everybody's looking for additional plantings, but that was one item that was discussed. We need additional details for the dock. So what the decking's gonna look like for the dock, what the footings are gonna look like. It was indicated in the notice of intent that it'd be about 10 square feet of land underwater impact for that. And, you know, also, well, there was a dock there, and I think there was some footings that might be left out there. Just yep, confirm it's the same footprint, if that's the plan. It's included in the filing that the wall be put in exactly the same footprint as the previous wall.
Right.
That is in the application. That's one thing Ed asked for.
Stephen's comment about the plantings wasn't necessarily additional plantings, but different plantings. Instead of things for screening purposes, rather things that would be more
Beneficial.
beneficial.
Yep. And then moving the deck out of the 50-foot buffer zone. The new water electric line will be shown.
Right.
Yeah,
And then
change
there's-
where it's going, yeah.
There's, maybe just confirm that up in the front here, there's the 2 trees, but there's that large,
Right where now?
yep, there's the 2 trees you're taking out, there's the 2 hemlocks, a small and a large one right here, remember?
Correct.
But then there's the
That's
large, was it a maple tree?
That's staying.
Yep,
Yeah.
let's, make sure that's shown in the
But
plan
you're gonna prune it.
accurately.
Okay.
That you're gonna prune.
Yeah, right.
Just so it's not, confusing. Usually we label the trees like 10-inch hemlock to be removed, or, it's very clear for anyone who gets this plan and has to go out there and do the work what it is. So just label those trees. So we'll get the revisions on the plan, then we'll come back to a meeting, but in the meantime,
I can do the dock, right?
well, you're gonna
Not
clean
dock,
up
I'm
for the
sorry.
wall. Yep.
Wall.
Yeah,
Yep,
you
the
pull-
wall. We're gonna install the erosion control measures as shown on the plan.
For the record, just,
Yeah,
The
and
DEP
pull-
file number up, and all the foreign materials that have been placed on the land underwater, that's gonna come out. And he can clean up all that area, but, the wall reconstruction will have to wait until the permit's issued.
Right.
Good summary.
Good summary. Are you guys all set with that? Lenny? Henry, are you okay with it?
I think I've got that.
And if you miss any parts of it, it's all on tape. You can
Okay.
go to our website and pull off the tape.
It'll work. All right. On the stones, non-organic material, is that something that he can actually just put in place where it's going, like,
You mean the
He's gonna-
large
he's gonna-
stones?
yeah, the big stones,
So
yeah.
instead of taking the large stones out from down below and bringing them up and bringing them back down, can he leave the large stones near where the wall is gonna go?
If he's a mason, he's gonna wanna set each stone in. He's
All
not gonna
right,
just
like the
put 'em
puzzle,
there.
yeah.
Right, but can he leave those ones down by his work area, just the large
Sure.
stones?
I'm okay with that as long as it expedites getting that wall in before the water comes up.
Yep.
We don't make that decision, though, the stonemason does.
So how about, Henry, when you get the erosion control barrier in place, get the file number up, you, myself, and your contractor can meet back on the site,
Works for
maybe
me.
before the end of the week, and we can talk about exactly what he needs to do, so it's very clear among the 3 of us what
Excellent.
gets done. Does
I
that sound
appreciate
good?
that.
We'll
Yeah,
do it
thanks.
before the end of the week. Well, today's Tuesday, actually, if,
What day is
I'd be
today?
happy to meet tomorrow afternoon
Oh, yeah, yeah.
or Thursday, and that way the
yeah.
weather's gonna be really good before Thursday. If he, needs to move some of that stuff out, we can get that going as soon as possible.
I will call him tomorrow.
And
All
if,
right, gentlemen, you'd like a continuation?
let it like a drink.
all right,
One final to the audience, anybody in the audience? Okay.
we're looking at
All in
7,
favor of a continuation?
7:15, March 3rd.
Except can I still do tree cutting and wall work, stone wall?
No work until you get a permit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except for cleanup down there.
Right. Okay. So we still can't work on the wall,
No.
You can take the rocks that are in the water area
right?
and put them up so they're out of.
The foreign material.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah, all the that's foreign material, right. Clean it up, put it up on the banking. And work from the banking once you get your permit.
Okay, so that means continuation goes until, for another month. It'll be another month
2
before
weeks.
we can get the wall built.
It'll be a month.
What? It's a
It's,
month?
yeah, 3/3 is the next meeting.
Yeah.
So I just ask respectfully that we could have authority to complete the wall. It could probably be completed before the next meeting.
Well,
Gentlemen, what do you think?
We're gonna have water by the next meeting.
Yeah, I think that makes good, I didn't understand that was,
I didn't know, I forgot the month.
my mistake for not understanding it. I
no,
thought
that-
you
that's
were
fine.
gonna give approval.
In approval that he can
I
work on
think
the wall.
for just the wall, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Just the wall.
Works for me.
All right.
Thank you.
What we would like, though, is pictures of it after the cleanup of all the stuff in the bed of the lake is taken out. So that we have the picture that we show up here,
Right.
as well as a picture that shows all of that material has been removed.
Okay, except as I understood it, some of those stones can stay.
The
Just-
big ones that are gonna, you could just push them up close to where the wall's
Right.
gonna be.
All right, well, let's meet on site, myself, you, and your contractor, hopefully before it snows on Thursday. And we can discuss that, and we can point it all out, because maybe he hasn't understood. And then we can discuss,
Excellent.
once he gets that done, we can document it, and then can start the wall, and we can discuss what needs to be documented for the
Oh,
wall.
great.
Becky,
I
who's gonna
appreciate that.
determine where the erosion control barriers go?
I'll do it with them out there. It's on the plan, but
We've got it right here, if you.
The yellow on that
Okay,
plan.
If you look at this blue line right here is the existing water line that was there when we surveyed it. And this right here is the silt fence and Hayville one. right
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
What it is, it's actually going from the back corner of the shed over here.
Yeah.
Over to the wetlands wall over here.
So one of Mr. Simonelli's contractors is going to be working with this plan.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
should.
yeah.
I'm just checking.
Okay, but
All right.
this is the first silt fence. We think
Yes.
The next one we're gonna be doing is when we're up here with the trees.
Right,
So we're actually the two rows.
okay.
Right. Very
Thank you,
good.
buddy.
All right.
Excellent.
Nicely placed.
Well, thanks.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks.
We are now at 7:30. One old
In some parallel.
Sturbridge
universe.
Village Road, request for determination of applicability, B. King of Sturbridge Village, applicant C.
thank you
Burton.
very much.
And Burton Engineering, representative, construction of a cabinet shop and a shed, and installation of 2 bleacher units.
Hey, Holly, can you grab my thing off the printer? Please. Thanks.
Welcome.
What are you looking for, Lenny?
Oh, is it me?
No.
No, no, no.
What were you looking for?
To get out and talk.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. No, Lenny, you're presenting 28 Long Ave.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Don't go too far.
What's that? That's it, what?
That's after this one.
Yeah, okay. I'll be here.
Just pulling up the plans. If you want to start out.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you have the photographs I sent you?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, this is for a determination of applicability to build 3 structures.
Mr. Burton, have you introduced yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't.
We don't know who you are.
Think you are. I'm Callisto Burton from Burton Engineering, here representing Old Sturbridge Village. Someone from the village was supposed to be here but couldn't make it. So I'll fill in and try to answer the questions. The photograph shown on the screen is a picture looking at the, I think it's called the Meeting House. And you can see the stone, oh, I got the pointer right here, sorry. There are stones here. So we have a driveway on one side, on the right side, and at the bottom of the page is another driveway. So the place for the new carpenter shop is right in this area here. And you can see it's all disturbed, it's all really silty sand. That's where the carpenter shop will go. If you just scroll up.
Yep.
Thank you. So this picture is taken like sort of in front of the meeting house, looking back across the site again. I'm pointing out the site where the carpenter shop will go. And I did this because you see this wooded area here, and below that is an intermittent stream. And so that's what causes the buffer requirements. Now, I guess we can go to the drawing. Oh, well, we can look at
Oh.
this. Okay, yeah, well, we might as well look at this.
Yeah, okay,
The
sorry.
next thing is to put in a bleachers. They have bleachers that they had previously purchased. They're aluminum bleachers. They're not bleachers, they're really decks, and they put chairs on top of them. So they have these, they used it for another event, and they would like to use them. And this is an area that's sort of like an amphitheater in this area. So there's a pump house here. In front of me is the road, and they wanted to put one bleacher here and one bleacher there, and they could use it for educational purposes, for lectures and that sort of thing.
Are these are permanent structures. What is their foundation? Are they going to be on concrete?
Yes, they'll be, and that's it. They're meant to be portable. They're removable, but in this case.
But there's going to be concrete
yes,
footings?
There'll be a concrete footing.
I don't think they're pouring anything. I think they're just, when we were out on the site visit, I think he said they're putting it down on top of.
Right, a
They're
little
just placing them on the ground.
Right. Well, they will put.
They're putting footings underneath them.
I don't know.
They'll sink in the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. The structure may not be embedded in concrete, but it will be definitely founded on concrete.
Right.
Yes. Otherwise, it will eventually poke its way into the ground. And the next picture is just from the other side of the shed. The pump house is over here to give you another view. And this, well, it's an area where they don't rake the leaves, but there's vegetation underneath there, and the driveway is in front.
You all saw it?
Yep. All right.
There's a vernal pool across the street.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, I forgot to mention we have a pool over my shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the area.
This is the cabinet shop. This
Right.
is where the intermittent stream is.
Yeah.
Right.
Driveway.
Okay. Yeah. It's hard to see, but there's the wall.
Do you want
So
me
the
to zoom?
meeting house is over here. Here's one driveway. Here's the other driveway. So here's the cabinet shop. I think we even submitted plans of the cabinet shop. The building's only 20 by 30 or 20 and a half by 30 and a half. So it's only about 600 square feet. And as I said, this whole area, again, there's the wall. So this whole area here is just dirt right now. If you see, we have a note here that says we'll seed it. So I'm going to try to outline the road. Here's the driveway. So from the edge of the existing dirt paths, that area will be seeded, loamed and seeded. So in a way, this will help stabilize the area more, even though we're putting a structure on it. But at least all this will not erode and go into the stream, which is right down here. And that, I guess, goes into the reservoir.
Callisto foundation for that building?
It's going to be a foundation. There'll be a crawl space about 4 feet below the finished floor. The finished floor is a couple feet above the grade. So there's going to be a masonry foundation. So this will be excavated just like a regular building. It's not going to be on stilts. We have plans that we can look at.
Any questions, gentlemen, so far? Have you ever been to the village, Steve?
A couple of times.
All right, just checking on that.
Are you taking
This is
comments
the
right now?
first time I've been there since I was a kid.
Yeah, let's
Let's let Becky go
Becky,
first.
let's go.
I don't know
You
what
wanna
grade
go-
it was, but it was a long
Do you want
time
to go to
ago.
the bleachers, or you just want to talk about this one?
I want to talk about comments, yeah.
Okay, all right, so work is outside of the 50-foot, it's already a disturbed area that's being used. They have protective measures in place, they're gonna do erosion controls. I'd recommend, obviously any stockpiling would stay within the areas protected by the erosion controls and moved off-site or somewhere outside of resource area. For Wetlands Protection Act, this is an RDA, it's outside of the 50-foot within an area that's maintained and used. I think that it can be conditioned through the determination process, versus filing a full notice of intent for the work based off of that. Do you want me to give comments on the other one, or you want to stay on this one?
I thought you were commenting on both of them. Go ahead.
Well, we
Oh.
just want to do one at a time,
Yeah.
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 So here's the 50-foot buffer, and you can see everything is beyond it. Oh, and there's a little shed here.
Yeah.
And all that area will be seeded when we're done.
All right, any questions on that one?
Is there electrical or water hookup to that building?
There will be electric
Overhead, underground?
underground. Yeah, they don't have any overhead.
Right.
Didn't have any luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Candles.
Will they have water
Candle
there?
tower there.
Lisa, will they have water there too?
I'm just checking the floor plan.
guess
I don't
it is.
recall it to be any water.
Well, that's what I'm
No,
curious
it's
about.
a cabinet shop. No. It's got a wood stove, attic, a workbench, and they have a closet.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no.
Anything else on that, gentlemen?
I have
bathroom
one,
on the plans.
I have one comment, it's really an observation, and I don't know that we can include this in this plan, but along the edge of this dirt road, there's some pretty significant erosion happening, because you basically have this long run, and all the water is kind of collecting on this side of the dirt road here, and it's washing down towards this resource area. And so I would like to see at some point, maybe some check dams put in, or some gravel, or something that would prevent all this.
Erosion.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
erosion.
'cause,
of
yeah,
material.
there is a channel and it goes right into the stream.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
So
Okay.
if we can incorporate that into this, that would be great.
Sure.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's-
Steve N., check dams would require some amount of maintenance, whereas the gravel would require less, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to
Fill in
clean.
the swale with
Yeah.
gravel.
Gravel,
Yeah.
maybe,
Yeah.
yeah, gravel.
Because what
in
we
there.
want to do is make it as maintenance-free as possible.
Yeah. That would probably be easier to install too, so,
Yeah.
Right, I mean, they might need to clean silt out every once in a while
right.
anyways, but.
I think Brad would like that also better than check dams. Those 1830 check dams.
I didn't forget about that. I'll put that in the letter I drafted though.
Okay, good.
Right.
It's not that I'm dumb, but, you know, I guess I am.
All right, I think we're good with that.
Good. Want to go to the other one?
Yep.
Quick.
Bleachers, we'll zoom in a little bit
Man, it's
here.
hard to see these.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
boy.
think we had to scan these ones in, right?
Oh, we should send you a PDF, sorry.
She did, but I had
Okay.
to put them up before I got them, yeah.
All right. So we have the vernal pool down in the corner over here. There it is.
Yep.
There's the vernal pool. Here's one gravel dirt road and another one that goes up alongside the pool. That's the pump house that I was talking about. So here's the 50-foot buffer and the 100-foot buffer, and the two bleachers are proposed to be put there. So the pump house would be the backdrop for a speaker who would be in here.
Yeah.
And there'd be no grading, just gonna set it on the ground, except for preparing the ground with some kind of footing.
So the culvert pipe here, is that just for the part of the pump station? That's not-
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So.
I didn't even notice it when I was out there today, so it's underground.
Yeah, I didn't notice it either, so
No,
that's,
yeah.
until I saw it on the plan, but, same thing here, we noted, and I think I noted it to them when I went out there before I met them, but there is some significant erosion coming down, on this gravel road, same thing, some type
Oh.
of stone swale would be a good addition over there. And, representative from OSV did come in today, cause they couldn't come, so I did mention those things to him earlier too, so.
Thank you.
Somebody has to get Becky to talk into the microphone, otherwise the public doesn't hear her.
Sorry. Same thing,
All right.
I don't see any concerns with the bleachers.
No. Any
This process.
questions? All right.
I have, actually, I'm sorry, no trees to be removed.
Correct.
And the bleachers themselves, I haven't actually seen them. The water goes through them?
Yes, they're platforms, and it's open underneath.
Okay, very good.
But yes, so the water will cascade down them, but.
Right. So it's not like it's
No,
an
that's-
impervious surface that you're putting, okay, great.
Good.
Well, hang on a second. Should we talk about the 10-penny nail separation? Are they constructing these themselves?
No, they're already,
They're
built.
They're
They're
there.
Oh, they're there.
We
They're there,
approved
yeah.
Okay.
those for the Big River,
Yes.
Oh,
That was a
those,
Big River.
okay.
same ones.
Anybody in the audience?
All right.
I move we close the public hearing.
Second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Do you want to make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve both of these items simultaneously with the modifications that have been agreed upon between the agent and the engineer,
Have a second?
including the gravel swales.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All in favor? Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we almost got you back on schedule.
Wow, we're working on it.
Well, that's what happens when you commute from Jersey, man.
Well, I'm here for a couple of days.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I want to get it right. I don't.
There you go. Well, thank you.
Okay.
All right. We are now, we're not we're at 7:45, huh? 28 Long Avenue, notice of intent, DEP file number 300, TBA, Dennis Antonopoulos and C. Thierry, applicant Lenny Jalbert, engineering, addition to a single-family home and associated site work.
This one just came in with a file number 2, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
this
need a
one
file
came-
number.
Yep, this one came in yesterday with a file number. It's 300-1051. Thank you for legal ad.
5-1.
The legal ad,
Yep,
couple letters.
yep, that came back. Okay. Yep, thank you. 1051, this one's ready to go. Oh, there we go. Those are-
Okay.
Somebody signed a couple of these, see? This was one of the copies that was in your
Oh,
packet. So
really?
I was like, oh no, where's my original? But got it. Do you want to go ahead, Lenny? We're ready for you.
Are you ready, want me to go? Okay.
You.
What we're here for, Leonard Jalbert from Jalbert Engineering, representing the owners of the property, which is located at 28 Long Avenue. What it is basically is an improvement of the existing structure that is there. If you look at basically what it is that this square right here is going to be added on to this white section here, which is the existing house, and this white section over here, which is the existing garage, and this is the existing driveway that's there. What we're actually going to do is that between the garage and the house, we're putting in a 30 by 30 foot addition attached to the house itself. And on the other side of the garage, which is on the northerly side here, we're actually going to be post and going to put in a garage stall over here on this side, which is actually a carport. The carport itself will be 12 by 22, which will be attached to the garage. Basically, it's a lawn area in that area. Nothing's being disturbed. Basically, where the house is going right in here, the addition is all in a lawn area. That's not going to impose anything other than an impact onto the site itself. And then over here, what we're going to be doing is be putting in a pagoda right over here on this side of the house, and over here in the back. And then in that pagoda, we're actually going to put in a paver patio on this side and that side. And over here, we're going to be putting in a fireplace that'll be mounted within the patio itself. The impact on the property itself as far as utilities is the utilities that are there, which is basically is serviced by town sewer, and then with a private well. Basically, none of the utilities will be changed, no new trenching will be done for the utilities, and no real trenching or anything other than just grade work over here where the patios are going, and the footings in here. The driveway's gonna stay the same. The impact at best is minimal because it's already existing. Everything is outside of the 100-foot buffer zone, which the 100-foot buffer zone is located basically out here on this side. You can see there's the 100, there's the 200, so anything in here is within the 200, between 100 and 200 feet. So nothing is even close to the 25 or 50-foot buffer relative to wetland. The lake itself is right over here, which is Cedar Lake. And then over on the far side of the property, which is way down here, there's a stream that dumps into the lake over here, and we've got those zones marked too. So we don't really have any encroachments per se. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
All right, thanks, Lenny. I think he gave a good summary. Interesting property, a lot of resource area and buffer zones. So you've got Cedar Lake on one side. As he said, the work's within the outer buffer zone, and then we've got Mountain Brook on the side. So that has a riparian area, which is considered a resource area. So it's a little extra protection that the Wetlands Protection Act and the local bylaw gives. So this is a lot that was developed before 1996. Pre-existing single-family house. All work is within existing lawn area. There's no tree removal or any other vegetation. Under Wetlands Protection Act, it would be considered minor activities, and it's out of the inner 100-foot riparian. So it could be approvable. Question, carport, is it going to stay grass underneath, or is there some other surface proposed for that?
It would only be stone.
Like a crushed stone? Okay, right. I don't think that's a concern, but it wasn't shown on there, so maybe we can just outline that somewhere.
Yeah.
Referenced. That's all I have.
One of the things that we've seen under patios or under carports like that before is to allow it, if it's facing in the right direction, to allow it to grass over. But where the car is going to be parked, the two lines where the wheels go, they have put down pervious pavers. And the grass even grows up through the pavers
Oh, like those,
with holes in them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, those are nice.
And what happens is you end up getting a lot more of infiltration in that area, even though you've got a roof on it. Lenny, there are no telephone poles on that site?
Well, it's on the street.
Yeah, but every time you bring one of these to us, right in back of the house, there's a pole.
Wasn't the last one that you had good enough
Yes.
for you? You want another one?
I have no problem with that. I think it's a good project.
It's fine.
One thing I'm confused about is the driveway is here, it looks like, and this is the carport that's being added?
Right, that's it, yeah.
So, are you expanding the driveway to get into the carport?
I was just gonna leave it as is and let the cars go in there once in a while, not disturb the area of itself.
So they'll just be driving over I guess that's
Right, they're
grass?
going over the lawn area a little bit, yep.
Okay. And this is pervious? Material?
It's pervious, yes.
Okay.
It does say it on the plan. It's hard to see on
Yeah, I can't read
this
it.
one.
Lenny's artwork is getting fancy, huh?
That's fine, I just wanted to make sure that was it. And it says existing well here, so the well's up here, Lenny?
Lenny, question.
It's not a well, it's town water.
No, they said
No?
it was well.
It's well.
Oh, it's
Private
well,
well.
that's right, yeah.
It's a well.
Yeah, there's a well.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
roughly where it is.
Okay,
It's a artesian well, which is in there.
okay. I'm
The
good.
only thing that's in this area is a municipal sewer, that's it. It's not town water.
All right,
So 4-foot foundations?
Please?
4-foot foundations?
For what?
For the addition.
For this portion.
For that, that has to be by
Yeah.
law.
Okay. What I'm curious about is that's very flat.
It would be just, right, yeah,
So you're not worried about the water table level?
no.
anybody in the audience like to speak, Dennis? No? Okay, just checking. Do I have?
I'll make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Great. Do I have a motion?
I move we accept Notice of intent, DEP file number 300-1051.
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks, Chris.
Nice to see you.
Take care.
See you guys.
Thanks for coming in.
9 Holland Road.
What?
9 Holland Road.
Yeah. 9 Holland Road, here we go.
Lenny, thanks for bringing us one that's
Old
clearly out
business.
of all the resource areas.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Yes, we did.
I'm not even collecting any pay for reviewing that one. That was beautiful.
You're a fair guy, Steve. Fair guy.
Well, you know, when you're wealthy, you can do that.
All right, in your packets, you have information.
Oh, information, yes.
There's some new things that came in today. So there's one piece of new information in there that goes over the site plan that was provided. He came back and he kind of numbered that for us, so it's easier to kind of follow for discussion. I can project that for you. Huh? Oh, for my file? Yes. Perfect. Thank you very much. All right, what's today?
Let's go, sit down so we can get, please. I know you don't do it, but it's here.
All right, I'm gonna have to zoom in and let's see where your number is. Yeah, let's start with number 1 here. Did you find your sheet that outlines all of these?
Yes. Thank you for,
Very small.
Introduce yourself, please, so you can let them know.
I am Bill Cody, representing Devon Ventura on this project.
You don't need it, because you can see that, I'm gonna look at it. Thank
There
you,
you go.
Conservation Commission, Glenn Kowalski from EBT Environmental. We were here at your, 2 meetings ago, and we asked for a continuance to this meeting to give us time to have Burton Engineering modify the plan that they had started on in 2010 with Mike Loyne. Rebecca did ask that we number the items that we're working on to stop sedimentation from going into the Quinnebog River, affecting the Creeper Mussel.
See it there, right?
Yeah.
We've, similar to Justin Howard, if you remember that case, we numbered the site in a clockwise position because there's actually 15 items. The 15th one is not listed on this, but we'll bring it in.
It's not on,
It's not on your list, I just it was on the plan, and I was running around to get this, we met with Mr. McConnell today, the abutter, and we're gonna bring that in, and that's where that cutting was that Mr. Chichester had brought up at the last meeting. It was concerned with the brush and mostly brush, because it was under 5 inches in diameter. A sapling would be 20 feet tall, less than 5 inches. So, I'm gonna go, where's that pointer? I know they love I'm gonna be, I'm not gonna be fast, I'll be as quick as you want me to be. I have a couple of other sheets here, you already have these sheets, right?
with your list? Yep.
The list there.
Yeah, I gave it to them.
Okay.
Becky sent those around.
So again, this is an enforcement order, sedimentation into the river and cutting of brush and up to the sapling elevation on the McConnell property. Just on a side quickly, we'll discuss it in a minute. We did meet with Mr. McConnell today.
Good.
Very nice guy to work with, it appears. So,
That was a nice letter you sent over to him.
was it? Well, thank you. We do have it, right. It was more the letter, that little email or letter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Right.
could share your correspondence.
Sure, of
Yeah.
course, of
Yeah.
course, of course.
Right.
And DOT involvement and
Right.
DPW involvement. We thank the town DPW for coming right in on that too, and DOT again coming out with VHP and doing testing of the sediment in the catch basins, but we'll get there. So number
Okay.
1. Just to begin, this catch basin was was not even known to be there, so it wasn't on the original 10 plan. Neither one was. When I followed the flow path coming down from Holland Road down in here, And then because that was all clogged, that created this erosion gully coming down because the water will go all the way back to the road. That catch basin up here is not, can you move that down
Yep.
just a little bit? The catch basin is raised, I have it in my listing, but that raised, so water coming down the streets that isn't getting into the 4 catch basins on the road, quite a bit of it bypasses because it's too high, comes down here, causes the erosion gully, come around. These were not even evident to anyone, especially during survey, until I discovered them while the water was weeping into a little depression here. I uncovered it, and we found the catch basin. So once that was clogged, water would just continue down, come around, cause an erosion gully, eventually down into the river through this gully. This represents a gully on both ends. There's another one coming from up here. We were very happy to have Burton pick up everything we asked them to pick up a week and a half ago. So now these are uncovered. I'm going to ask my client, when is the sand going to be, there's some sand on these concrete pads. If you note on the plan, it says concrete slabs right under 2. That sand, because when it rains out, that little bit of sand there can also get into these 2 basins and discharge into the lake. So that's being cleaned. So I'll go from 1 catch slab being cleaned. These are already uncovered, and we'll go back to 3. Where's 3? Why don't you keep finding them?
3's over
I can
here.
Keep finding them. Number 3, clean sand from concrete pads. So that goes along with concrete slabs.
3's over there.
Where?
Yes, it is, because there's a note on the plan talking about clean sand from concrete pads to prevent those sands from entering catch basins. So even if we prevent overland flow, we still want to get rid of sand that's going directly into these 2 catch basins just from these concrete pads.
Right, those are discharging right into the,
Exactly.
That's where that
those are
big-
active, those ditch pipes there?
2:30 he was doing it, I don't know.
When we left 2:30 today, it was being removed. Mr. Cote has a work crew that's been working on the site. Make sure I mention the chipping that you did also, which was brought up at the last meeting, which isn't on this plan. So we're cleaning that off. Mr. Cote has done everything that I've asked him to do, rapidly, and not in a week later, like within days. So 3, 4. I should get this list.
I'm not a fine for.
4, created an approximately 15-foot wide by 20. This
Where am I going?
area, until we have the town, and hopefully we get the cooperation from the town to either to
Where am I going,
lower that
Lauren?
catch basin.
Where's 4?
4 is on the plan. It's this area right here. There's a note for it. Let's see, where's the note? No. Right here, 30 feet. There's my note on the plan. Stop. It's way over here. There's the note right there.
Oh.
We had to bring the note in, and it says, proposed stormwater swale approximately 15 foot by 25 foot, 4 to 1 side slope, it's a very shallow side slope, and then covered with 3 inches of loam, so that we can take this runoff coming off the road. Where are we now? The road, from the road, to dump it into this, where's that long arrow, to this area right here, which is on the right-hand side of the access way, which will drop out fines and both coarse and fine material in a shallow swale. We're prepared to create that once we get approval, so water comes in, because the town, until the town fixes that, we will continue to get runoff coming down here. We take out the fine colloidals, drop them out, it continues to weep down and eventually into the catch basins. That area is clean, so we now have clean water getting into the catch basins, discharging into the river. That's number 4. It's already a disturbed area. That area was disturbed a few years ago when they were fixing this drain pipe that comes all the way from Commonwealth, which carries an intermittent stream from Commonwealth down Goodall, down this way, through that 36-inch hardened plastic pipe into the river.
Where's Commonwealth?
Okay, so go all the way to the top of Goodwood. That's what this little note right up here, it says Commonwealth Ave sediment input drain. At the top of Goodall, where it intersects Route 20,
Yeah.
right off of that, about 30 feet further towards
30 feet towards Brimfield or west, Commonwealth goes straight up the hill.
Okay, I know what you mean.
Do you know where it is now? So that roadway is carrying, I would like an inspection, let me say this up front, to go over all these things. If the commission had time for an inspection, I would like to review them all, to be able to then go forward.
Jeff.
Is that? I thought so. Nice guy. Town manager, sorry, I didn't know you. Town administrator, well, us consultants don't know all the terminology, but thank you, Mr. Administrator. He always says hi. You're a very nice guy. So anyways, we've got sediment. Let's just say if Commonwealth is here, sediment's coming down, and if this is Route 20 here, it comes into a colonial stone walled intermittent stream. The stone walls are only about 2 feet apart, and it must be 4 or 5 feet deep, and the stream comes paralleling down 20, goes into a pipe under Commonwealth, down Goodall here, and then discharges underground through a 36 hydrant pipe and into the river. So the town issue up here is causing sand to go, there's no sumps. So any sand getting off of Commonwealth, if you go up there, there's a couple deltas right on the side of the road as you're coming down the hill, or if you're going up the hill, it's on the right for 20. And what we're doing up there, we just took sand out of there, and we're creating a small sump up there. It won't be useful, it'll be useful for a couple months, but it's gonna say, here, we opened a small shallow depression to catch the road sand before it dumps into the brook. It's something that we are gonna present to the DPW and to you, the commission, that says, if we really wanna stop all sands from going into the river, we gotta do something all the way up at Commonwealth. Because as soon as it gets into that creek, and that's why if we had inspection, it's coming into the river.
Okay, hold on a second though.
Okay.
Glenn,
Yes, sir.
your presentation confused me a little bit. Are you suggesting that the sand is being deposited from Commonwealth, or that the sand is migrating from 20 to Commonwealth?
No, it's from Commonwealth. The 20 sand is not coming onto Commonwealth. The slope coming down Commonwealth, and there's a dip, and then it rises up to 20. The sand is coming down Commonwealth if you're coming towards 20 on the left-hand side. I'm over there, I got photos of it.
No, but that's what my question is. Because of that dip, isn't that going to stop that sand right there
No,
from Commonwealth?
it stops right there, it puddles and goes right into into a swale, into the head wall where the pipe is, that goes under Commonwealth. So
Very
the intermittent
small,
stream's coming, it has a pipe to it, the water is swaled into the brook. In fact, the town, as you know over the years, when you have snow, you might push it aside, or you might push the sand aside. What they've done is push the sand aside to ensure that the water gets off the road, and when they're doing that, it then funnels the sand into the brook. So what we need is a little settling area there. I'm doing one on a trout brook over on 31 Who Cares in Spencer. Okay, same thing, Crestwood.
Okay, so that's.
So
what
as
number-
we go, here's sand coming down, so that's one sediment source that we are addressing with our work crew to take and create a little small dip there, just to catch it for now, to show the commission that that's something that needs to be addressed by DPW. DPW was cooperative this week, they cleaned out the sumps, there are no sumps. The sump over here, so 5 and 6 and 8, there's about a 10-inch sump there. I brought a detail of deep sumps, there's no sump, 5 or 6 inches. 6 got no sump, 5 has a foot. We had them, they did go in with a lady, Kim. They cleaned them out, but there's no appreciable sump to any of these. So that's why we brought into, just to bring it up, we brought in deep sump catch basin detail, which is normally what you might be seeing, the old school, no sump. So I sent in, it should have been in your package. If it
This came
was
today.
it in the package?
It came today.
All right, so deep sumps.
I didn't print this.
It's just a point that if we're really gonna stop the sediment and the fines from getting into this river, if they're, and rare species is concerned with the creeper mussel, and I'm addressing sediment discharges into this river that comes through this property, you got Commonwealth, we have these, you can go back if you choose to, back to that 14. That's just a point.
Yeah.
In order to take credit for a stormwater, I just talked to Thompson and Liston over this issue, you now have to have a deep sump. So everything when you're claiming removal of sediments, City of Worcester, everything's 4-foot deep sump, period. So that's the sump that now is gonna be required. So if there was ever any change out, there'd be 4-foot deep sumps in these basins.
and
Okay.
presently they're not. So anything going in comes directly out and goes into the river. There's no time for fines to drop out, nor the course.
All right, keep going.
Okay, go on. Yeah, got Mr. Goodwin.
He's got
Okay,
it.
six, I know, he's tough. 7, I got 7 with the Commonwealth, let's have an inspection. Number 8, that's just another, 5 is just another no sump that they did clean, but there's basically no sump, 5, 7 inches. We stuck our head in all of these with the DPW, and then they came out as so cooperative to clean them out what they had. So number 8 is, again, if we go there, that is raised, no water, appreciable water. The tar is lower. The catch basin is high, the tar is lower, water bypasses that sump altogether. So there's where we get that overland flow bringing into the site. So there actually needs to be a lowering of the tar there to even make that basin function.
Well, the
We
town
can-
would have to do that, right? Or
Yeah, that's a DPW issue, it's on
DPW.
the state property. We're just bringing up where we
Alright.
get our extra water coming in.
Yep.
That's what's, okay, so now 9.
9.
Continue on. 9 is the previously unidentified west catch
We're
basin.
on the right.
Yeah.
Now we're back to DOT. DOT, the basin to Brimfield side, which is west, that was never identified. It was because it was buried. During the time of 10, it was buried even 4 weeks ago when I got there and we cleaned it off. And then the other 9 to the east was identified, and those do have deep sumps. And Bill Clarity said yesterday, they have contracted with actually went in there, tested the sediments for volatile, for compounds, hydrocarbons. It did not meet the level. They're ready right now. At the end of this week, the beginning of next week, they're gonna clean those 2 catch basins that are filled to the top, and they are deep sumps. So that'll solve a lot of problems.
9 is a
And-
deep sump?
9, what we see as deep sumps, yes. Well, we'll know fully when they go in there and suck them out, then we're gonna report back to you on how deep they are. Because some of the old sumps were 3 and they're not 4, we're gonna let you know how deep they are. We don't know, because the sand is right to the top in both of these. We have photos of that. And because of that, when the water came down this way and it came in this way, because that's a low point, that overland flow, because they couldn't get into there, that was leaf and sand totally covered when I started. This one was easy to uncover, that one was more buried. That caused overland flow to come down and creating these 2 erosion gullies into the site, bringing the sand to the building, into the building, and then through the pipe that you want us to remove that goes into the lake. We know that we can remove that pipe. This is all coarse gravel. This is Hinckley soil, and it's a 2-minute perk rate. If we didn't have that flow during a 3-inch rain event, a 4-inch, any kind of heavy rain, when these are clogged, that's what's coming in. We took all the sand from here, all the sand from here, all the sand in front, left a small berm so the water will go into the basins now and not overland flow into us. So this will no longer be here. We propose on I'm not gonna jump to 11, I'll talk to it, and number 10. Number 10 is brush and, no, why don't we go to number 11, and then, because the brush is that McConnell issue, I was just going clockwise. On 11, we propose to fill these erosion gullies in with coarse the same gravel that this site is made out of. It's a Hinckley Merrimack hydrolytic soil group A, coarse gravel, outwash plain, bank gravel, if you want to just call it that. We want to fix that. All right, so back over to McConnell. We have given you the McConnell plan. We asked Burton to pick up that site. There's 12,000 square feet. We still have an overstory in here. That's a separate plan. I guess you don't have to bring it up, but you do have a plan of it now.
I can just bring it up.
I thank you, appreciate it. Okay, can you blow it just a little bit? So this area, there is a property pin right here. Our gate is back.
Oh, right there.
Is it right? Right there, I'm sorry, there's our gate. So there's a pin, big steel rod compared to most pin corners. It's probably, what, 2.5, 3 inches in length? You can't miss it. It's factory driven in. And we have gone over this with McConnell, and DOT walked in here with us, VHB walked in here with us. They're addressing their issues with the disjointed pipe that we have in here that Rebecca and I think members saw. We're addressing what are we gonna do with the brush and sapling clearing in the 12,000 square feet plus. And what we're proposing is in here, there's multiflora rose on this bank, there's Japanese barberry, oriental bittersweet, and multiflora rose on the top of the slope and over the slope. And the overstory, similar to the arborist that was in here earlier, is well shading overstory. And the smaller saplings that were cut under there are taking up, if we look up in the sky, it is still covered overstory because the bigger trees were left behind. We want to remove, and we're hoping that we can have the permission to the commission. I know Mr. O'Connell said you can do what you want here. I'll talk to Rebecca Gendreau, I'll send a letter, give you permission to work on my property, clean up the exotic invasive plants that we have here, and we have exotics on our property. We propose to revisit it with the commission if they choose, show them what we would do for the exotic invasives. Do see that there's a substantial overstory that's gonna continue to broaden and chip up what had been cut down, and hear from the commission on their thoughts on that matter. As far as that hole in the ground that's over here with the perforated corrugated pipe, which is the discharge, Mr. McConnell, we're waiting to hear what DOT is gonna say about a prescriptive easement through this property to solve that problem of that pipe. If they say that it is not our responsibility, then there's another point of mitigation that could be taken up by us. He did want to sell us this property today. Take it off my hands. I don't need it. And so we want to do everything that the board votes in a majority for us to do in this area. We have identified it now. We do know the exotic species. We reviewed them again today with McConnell and proposed, but not cutting them off. I just heard, this is full root system removal so that they don't come back. And some of the saplings removed were Norway maple. And then the other maples, similar to the gentleman talking today, any red maples normally don't have a problem reshooting. Other maples, such as the other sugar maples that are in here, don't reshoot as rapidly. No.
All right.
So that's number 11. And as we continue, so 12. 12 is the removal of that 12-inch HDP because we are not gonna have overland flow from 20. If we have to maintain the 20, we and the next people buying it, Burton Engineering is gonna be representing apparently the people buying this. That area has to remain no leaves, no sand. We've cleaned it, even though it's DOT's property, it's clean now, because we wanted to show that this is what it has to look like in order to keep it from having those basins clogged again and dumping the water onto us. So, we've gone off-site both up at Commonwealth and over at DOT 20 to address that.
What's 13?
Did not address the delta.
This is where the garage door is, right?
Right, and that's the pipe going in, these coming in,
And
and that's
that-
what created that delta. But
Yep.
the reason why we didn't, and we actually have them put a note on the plan calling it a delta, but the problem with the delta that's been created over the years, it's not that it can't be addressed, but it's a rare species, MESA. We would have to go through MESA to remove any delta over there that's formed over the years because you're working in the rare species habitat. And I'm working with rare species on mussels and wood turtles and salamanders at this point, and we filed MESA. And we weren't taking on the delta. We were gonna stop the sediment from coming into their habitat, but we weren't proposing to take the delta route.
But I thought
So-
that the mussel only grew on the slow-moving side of the water resource, and therefore
I've got, yeah.
on that delta, that means that it's a very small area. on the
Oh, it's not that they
slow-moving
wouldn't
side.
give us the permit. It's just something we're trying to get through an enforcement order, and we can't,
Okay.
well, it's not that it couldn't be done.
Is the removal of that on the enforcement order?
No.
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 No, it wasn't called out at that point.
No.
The removal of this pipe
Is
is
called
in
out.
the original orders of conditions.
Right.
Yeah,
And Natural Heritage did review and approve and issue conditions.
yes.
For that original plan that came in, and they did have some stormwater concerns, and so any proposal will have to go to them. They have a permit number. We'll have to resend that to them when you file for the amendment, so
My,
they can.
My
provide
full work on this site was to address all colloidals and sediments going into the river, period. Stop stormwater from going overland. Again, I'll go to Commonwealth, I'll go to 20, I'll go to this thing over here, I'll go to that small, it's a widened grass swale to drop off even more colloidals that are coming on the road because the catch basin's too high. That's just another issue that we're gonna talk to DPW about.
All
and
right,
see what
number
they can do.
13.
Go on. 13. What the hell is 13?
Is that for your invasive species?
I'm just going over to the next page. Sturbridge Fire Department. You have the Sturbridge Fire Department. That cart road, because there's still pines lapping into the cart road. Fire department said, we need access in case this burns. I don't care if it's the other mills that have burnt down recently, Charlton and the one in Webster. I mean, everybody's looking to make sure they can get to behind a mill to make sure to put things out. They want at least an access way. It's really just the limbs of the pines on the roads, on the cart road side that we want to trim off so that we can make sure that we can get trucks back there.
So they're asking for more than what you already
Right.
did? Okay.
Are these over 5 inch? Over 30 feet tall?
No.
Then they're not trees.
It's not 30. No, a tree is 5 inches over 20.
Okay, hang on. Could you bring in some resource to show us that? Because everything I've been taught is that a sapling is 4-inch diameter or less.
That sapling
Sorry,
only has a hard,
Totally agree.
it's 20 inches tall and there's no diameter requirement.
Okay, let's move on.
I'll bring it in.
I brought
Okay,
the subject
please.
up, I'm taking it out.
I need
Let's
the
go.
information.
No, I'll bring it in, UNH. When you're doing BVW data forms, you have to know what a sapling, a tree, and whatever.
All right, so
All right, go on. And a
you're
shrub.
saying that you need to cut some limbs here
Just
per,
limbs
per
to-
their December letter.
Yes, ma'am.
Could we pull up the 40B project on, 40B project on 130, on
Yeah, the
131?
Five Leaves
Yeah,
project?
yeah.
What about it?
Could you give them a copy of that sheet and show them the drive around that the fire department required on that project, so that and they can get the same one for this one?
Why, is it like a monster?
There's none.
Zero. So the people that live down there, they better be able to fly when they jump out their windows. Because
There's
It's only 101 units.
And there's no way
No drive
behind it?
around.
I just did a Swiss turn and they required us all the way around the 150 by a 250
I
building.
was just pointing out
I
inconsistencies.
see,
I'm
I see,
sure
I see.
you can too.
I didn't bring up the letter. I mean, they drafted it before I got
Yeah.
involved, so I,
But we have a new fire chief, so it could be a new set of regs.
well, he wants to make sure to get the truck back there. Well, I think the main thing is these big mill structures, when they go up, they cost a lot to clean up. It's the amount of material that goes into the river. I'm not saying that a 40B doesn't cost a lot when you put it out either, but maybe
But we're
because they
talking
have
lines.
sprinkler systems, this thing is just a mill. Anglo Fabrics was a great one in Webster, if you remember. When that burnt down, it affected the French River. And I did Fisherville Mill in
You're
South
probably
Grafton. I did that site too. What a mess in that Blackstone River when they put that thing out.
I believe it.
And then the one in Charlton down in Carlton Mills, that was the one that pushed from 7,000 square feet to 8,000 square feet. Any any structure now commercial, it used to be 8,000 square feet or greater, you had to put sprinklers in. They dropped it to 7,000 square feet after that mill in Charlton. That's the state fire.
Oh,
marshal.
really? Yeah, I
Oh,
believe it.
100%. I just.
All right, let's
permitted
go on
it.
to 14.
Okay, so 14, I just bring up 14 because when we go out there, this is actually part of the original 1800 retaining wall, because the original sluiceway coming from the dam up here, which we showed you a picture, comes down through here, and actually then there was a little mill pond. It's just another point that there was actually a large retaining wall, stone, that was built during, it has to do with historical mill structure, that's all.
All right.
And then 15, which isn't on the plan, is this. That's the Phragmites. I delineated the Phragmites stand. None of it is outside that, none of it below that. These are all flagged, and I had Burton pick up the flag. So we got 1,700 square feet of frag, and in Falmouth, I just permitted the removal of frag without poison by Botany. It's cutting it off, it's starving it with a 40 mil black tarp cutting it off to the ground, tarping it in the summer, and in 2.5 months, I have it killed in 146 in Sutton. So there is a way to get rid of fag without poison. It's botany. Stop the sugars and starches, and stop the oxygen from getting to the roots, because the oxygen to the roots comes in from the aerial part of the plant.
All right, let's close this thing down.
Okay.
No, I mean, summarize.
I think I'd like to have a site inspection to go over these items with the commission to then allow them to implement these items. And
Sounds
also
good.
then have a discussion, I guess the commission might have a discussion with DPW along with us to say, maybe
I think
if
it's-
you're
yeah.
really looking at sediment issues coming in, like rare species, that a little DPW work, at least in the long-term planning, needs to be looked at.
I think we can do the
DOT,
river
we're
a
gonna
lot of
get-
good
We're
with this.
working with DOT on it.
Yeah.
On their end.
Yeah, and we can work with DPW. We're working with them, some other areas where we're having
See-
issues. They're implementing some BMPs, so.
Roberts was, just to
Yeah.
say one thing, the highway chief, and I don't have everybody's. Mark, and his subordinate, the next guy down, they both met with us out there, very cooperative people.
Yeah,
Great,
Mark is really cooperative.
great. Any questions?
Oh, my God.
How about this? I think it's very important what he's doing or proposing to do, I don't know, for the river. So I think we should do is, at our next normal site visit, we should schedule this. As,
This would be the site visit for the day.
I know, to a
It's
point.
pretty open, I mean, you know me, we'll just run right around this.
What we could do is we could go there for half an hour and look at it, and then we'd allow Glenn to arrive a half hour later. We could make it quick.
I'd like to go back to note 4 for a second.
ahead.
Thank you,
Glenn.
sir.
Go ahead.
Note 4, create a shallow 15-foot, yes.
Well, my question is, you talked about the shallow swale, but then you talked about filling it with soil.
Well, it's only to grow grass, because
This-
you
you
know what's
know-
there right now?
Oh, yeah.
This is really, it's more like a rain garden, because it's 15 feet wide by 25 feet long, and I have a depth in there.
I have some questions on whether that would work, because we've seen the water coming out of that hillside.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good site visit.
Okay.
Take a look at that spot, because,
That may not be a good site to put it in.
Right,
That was going to
that's-
be my point.
that would, I thought that when he said it,
This-
yeah,
Well, let's look at that, because it's almost, okay.
yeah.
If we can prevent the overland flow from the road.
No, we're not
Exactly.
disagreeing with your, all we're questioning the
No,
site.
I'm ready,
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
go look at it.
Steve?
I think you put a lot of work into this.
Yep, I agree with you.
This is nicely done.
If we-
Russ,
if my applicant taught, I
you
mean,
had said, the weather when we got the cease and desist, we had the trouble with the weather. But as soon as it broke, that place got cleaned up. People buy that out. That was spotless.
if
No, I
can-
agree.
can
I drove
back
by
up
there
on-
the other day.
Can I
and it
get
looked
back
nice.
up on that too? Because at the last meeting, when you brought up that you gave him the go-ahead to go do this, and he said spring, I left the meeting, I said tomorrow. I said, because we're not gonna, because we had the opportunity, the weather was right, and I want to satisfy the board. And I said, and we had the machine out there to open it up. I says, let's do it right away before the next meeting to show that we are working with you people. And so he went right in there, he got the chipper in there, and he cleaned it up with his labor crew, because you brought it up. And that was all I said.
You mentioned the invasives that are over towards the McConnell property.
Yes, sir.
What do you propose doing?
We-
Or is that McConnell's problem?
No, we want to take them out to satisfy the sapling cutting and hear what else the commission, what else they might want.
Okay,
I'd
so-
like to,
Mitigation. You want
a
I'd like
trade-off.
to inspect it and then go over it in the field with the board.
So
But
you want a trade-off?
it's mitigation. We do have a good overstory still there. I'm just
You
saying,
do.
and similar to the gentleman that was here earlier.
That's a good point.
You know, you're gonna, you are gonna have a lot of shade in the lower story. Can there be some wildlife value to winterberry, Highbush blueberry, and some other?
Serviceberry?
The Canada serviceberry, Downey serviceberry, they're trees. I'd say this to even Judy Schmidt, which I just did a solar farm on who cares? Webster. But the point is, these plants that she's talking about, that are FAC wet, people don't realize FAC wet means 1/3 of the time they grow in the upland. And you can even get winterberries So if there's any question about growing a wetland plant on that upland slope, you buy out of Bigelow or whatever, Winterberry, and you see them growing in the front yard. They have no problem growing in an upland situation. They don't seed out well in an upland, but they grow fine in an upland if you plant them. So I made that case to DEP recently over some planting of a gravel pit.
We gotta
You gotta
get
go.
this back to.
But Steve has
We gotta
questions.
move this along.
Or that other
Steve, you have a question?
I just have a couple comments. I'm extremely happy with the stormwater treatment. I think that's wonderful. In theory, I'm fine with the invasives treatment, but I am not going to approve a plan that does not include some significant replanting. And if it's, purely understory replanting, that's fine, but we are putting a lot of plants into this as far as I'm concerned. I'm still very angry about what was done at that site.
Absolutely.
Still worked up even after months.
So,
Well, one
I'd
thing-
like,
can I-
Wait, you have to, ask
Can
him.
I speak? One thing, I will say that I don't do this for a living or whatever else, but conservation, I always thought was to bring attention to things and, make things look, good for people to get involved with. And if you go by that site, you can see the river now, it looks nice and clean. I know there's a lot of stuff that needs to be taken care of over that McDowell's, Connell Street, but everything looks a lot better. You can see things, you can address how nice the dams look down there. Like Putnam has the river fires and stuff. I mean, hopefully that, whoever does the project over there will have something like that.
I know you gotta run, Chairman, one last point of what he's saying, and I think I brought that to his attention. We at least in the town I live in my whole life, we highlight at least a few places along the river, Charlton Street, Barbers Hollow Brook, Batty Brook, Millbrook, right there where the public can see it. There's only one place that the public off of 20 can see your river. It's right there. We try to make people appreciate that one location that you can see it. It gets kids' eyes, it gets people's eyes, it helps people appreciate the river. There is only one place along the river on 20 that you can see. It is at the McConnell site. And so it is, just highlights this valuable resource area you have without taking away all the habitat in every
Yeah.
other area on the river.
Okay,
So let's look
you've
at
had your say.
that part of the aspect.
I'll look that up in the bylaws to see where that fits.
It fits into having people throw less trash out into the river and actually respect the river more because you know it's there. And I
I'm
promoted
just saying,
this over
it's
my
not in the
life.
book.
I just
Let's
want to
go.
add something.
Yeah.
So remember that, so this is mapped for natural heritage, as you know.
Yes, ma'am.
So the original permit was through them. They did issue a letter that they wanted something by the end of December. So I would recommend, in regards to the stormwater, I think that you ended up getting a copy of that, went to D. Bonaventura. I think there was an address issue for you and they remailed it, but I think I emailed it to you.
Yeah, that one.
I think you got the copy of the letter too, but.
From the Heritage.
Yeah, so just make sure you're satisfying them, because what was discussed at the last meeting was coming back with an amendment for the existing permit to make these modifications. They will need that too, and they can't, vote on an amendment request until Natural Heritage approves it, so I would recommend getting them some information.
In the next 2 days, whatever that is on that letter for Heritage, we were looking at sediment and more concern. I will address Heritage with these plans, whatever it takes in the next 2 days.
Yeah, and maybe make sure they're aware that you'll be filing for an amendment request,
So
if
we-
that's what you still want,
Okay,
so.
I have it.
So we're going to continue this until our next site visit, which is what date?
Well, our next meeting is until March 3rd, so
The
it's,
site visit.
well, we can do it the week before, or we
The
can
week
do it.
before, right? That's when,
before
don't we have
that.
it scheduled?
I think we need to dedicate one
25th, probably?
whole Tuesday to this site, probably. Just maybe do a site visit next week and then do one the following week
Okay.
before our next
Yeah.
meeting.
That's a good
Yeah,
idea.
I
If I
think
may
that-
speak, if we
What?
get buried with snow, then there's no point in it.
Oh, we'd cancel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Is this supposed
I
to
know
be-
I'm at great risk, but we have already continued 4 separate items tonight. None of them are gonna be shortened well, one of them will be shortened by coming back in March.
Well, we had numbers on two of them that we had to wait for.
Correct, but without having any further business set up for the next meeting, we've already got 4 scheduled for March. Would it not be wise?
How would you like to handle this?
Would it not, well, if you give me a chance to say it, I will.
That's what I was.
Would it not be wise for us to schedule another meeting 2 weeks from now so that some of these issues can be attacked immediately, and it could conceivably be a short meeting, like these guys and maybe 1 or 2 others come in? But the fact is, I think postponing this stuff into March is not a good way to proceed.
Well, my objective wasn't postponing it, I was putting it in the schedule that we've been working to. So I don't have any problem with an additional meeting.
Then I would like to suggest that we have another meeting in 2 weeks.
Which is when?
That would mean, though, Glenn, that we have our site visit
Well-
next week.
Sure.
That's February 18th. We talked about, well, one, all the things you already continued, you already gave them a date and time, and that was said during the public hearing.
Those can still be done
Yeah.
in March.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then any new stuff that comes in between now and the next meeting that we're about to set can come at that meeting time, but at least it won't be a 10 or 11 o'clock meeting.
That's fine. I won't be here, so
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
I think that there was
I,
a reason.
I don't know that at this late hour, depending on how much is gonna come in, that's gonna affect a whole heck of a lot, and then we're gonna be,
I didn't
don't wanna
realize-
say flying blind, but Becky's not gonna be
I didn't
here.
realize Becky was not gonna be here.
Yeah, that was the whole reason why we didn't have the meeting.
I'm also gonna be diving with sharks from the 16th to the 20th in the Keys.
Isn't that what happens every time you come in front of us?
No, I wasn't diving the last time. Did I tell you I was diving with sharks the last time?
No.
No.
Oh, because I dove in June. I didn't know if I was back.
At the
in
late
front
hour,
of you in June.
my humor didn't quite
No,
get you.
I am actually diving in Isla Morada for,
Well, why don't,
I'm leaving the 16th and I'll be back on the 24th.
why don't, if it fits everyone's schedule, why don't we schedule a site visit for the 11th? We have a couple other things I was gonna
Perfect. All right.
suggest, that we have a site visit sooner than later, that we need to
That's a good
discuss
day.
afterwards.
Right here.
Okay.
Maybe
Great.
we at least have the site visit, we can give them
Perfect.
a little feedback. They still have, at the last meeting, you requested an amendment request. That still,
So they want us.
needs to be done for that permit, which requires a legal ad and a butter notification, so that's, would need to be on the next meeting, which
Yep.
they wouldn't have time to do all that for the next meeting anyways, if we
Okay.
had it in 2 weeks. So, Glenn,
Yes, ma'am.
so for March 3rd would be the next meeting, so, sorry, February 11th, we'll do a site visit.
Thank
How about
you, I
we
have that.
Meet you at 9 o'clock?
At the site, 9,
Yep.
thank you.
And then March 3rd will be the meeting. At the last meeting, which was a month ago that you came to, or our meeting two meetings ago, you guys had said you'd have an amendment request
We-
filed for this meeting. How about we have that for March 3rd? I propose having that for March 3rd. That means that you need to have that into our office to meet our deadlines by, before you go on vacation.
No, I'm looking at, actually, I was supposed to get it out today, we're working in Worcester,
Yeah.
but that thing's ready to be typed, it's like drafted.
Okay.
So I
Okay,
can
so
have it
March
out.
3rd.
Make sure you
It's
send
really
it to
a
Natural
small-
Heritage.
Small thing.
Okay, so
So-
before you go on vacation,
But we'll give me a
submit it. Yep.
deadline, do you have it, before the 16th?
Yep,
Easily. I'll
Okay.
have it maybe by Friday or Monday, this
Perfect.
Friday or Monday.
All right, good.
mostly ready, and then
So we have a
We'll have a site
site
Okay,
visit for
so
the 11th.
Amendment, I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
And-
All right,
and-
thank you very much, gentlemen.
No, thank you for your time, and
Yep.
thanks for Burton for jumping on this quick for me too, those guys are nice
Yeah.
people.
And
Good.
get your affairs in order.
Yeah, before I dive with the.
Before
I
you
told
dive
them
with
no big
sharks.
shot, just the small ones.
You know where it's good, if you want to dive with sharks, it's good to go, at each of these islands where they clean the fish, and they throw the carcasses in the water, dive in those areas.
Yeah, go try it, Mr. Goodwin.
At
Go
night.
try that. Go try it.
At late evening.
Actually, Chatham will save you a
Dress
lot of
like a
money.
seal.
You could die there
Chatham.
cheap.
I was at Chatham's Bar when we were finding that, when the first shark started coming in.
Let's go.
all right.
What's next? Cedar?
I don't know.
Two-seater?
Thank you. Nicely
Let me
done.
get my stuff out of the way here. Organized.
All right, 9.
All right, so two
Cedar
Cedar
Lake.
Lake Drive. This is an open permit. We did a site visit out there last week. I have some photos I can pull up for those who weren't part of the site visit. This is an open permit. They did a house addition when it came in for approval. It was noted was a lot of stuff along the stream that needed to get cleaned up. There was a verbal agreement from the property owner that they would do that. We went out there for a site visit to a neighboring property, saw it. We had sent them a letter. There's a Cliff Senior, who's the father, and a Cliff Junior, who resides at the property. Cliff Junior took the letter, signed for it, came in with the letter, wasn't sure why they got the letter, so the project is done. He submitted a request for certificate of compliance. So I called him and explained what the concerns were, because he left his card. He resides there, he does all the logging, firewood stuff there. So he said that he thought everything was fine there, said that his father didn't get the letter, so gave me his phone number. We resent the letter out to the father. I talked to the father before we went out on the site visit. He said he did everything. Glenn had gone out, they seeded all that area. He thought he took care of everything and had left the silt fence up. So sounds like that maybe he did address some of that, and now they've been reusing those areas, which are a mess again. So after our site visit, I did contact the Cliff Jr. and left him a long voicemail to give me a call back and said what the concerns are, and I requested he come to our meeting, and I have not heard from him. So let me pull up the.
Did you give him a date to contact us?
Yes, and it was in the original letter that he received for his father that he read too. So I gave him the meeting date, etc. I said, you know, it looks like you're probably out there doing this stuff with your operation there. I think it'd be useful. And he had mentioned before when I spoke to him that he was willing to, you know, assist in any way he can with cleaning up the property. His father's ill right now, and he'd be happy to help us. So, but I have not heard back from him. Let me see if I can pull up.
$100 fine.
We've all seen it, it's all, you know.
Yeah, see,
They're plowing into the stream.
Oh, I know, I was out there, it's just.
Hey, look at that.
He's a good-looking guy.
It looks like $100 fine today, a $200 fine tomorrow, and a $300 fine every day hereafter.
This is not the first offense on this property.
Oh, I know, we were there years ago, and.
Well, they cleaned it all up, and it was,
That's
built the house-
precisely
they
my
built it
point. The
expen-
message is not coming
The,
across.
the problem is the buried silt fence through here. Well, that's not the
Yeah.
problem, but that's one of the major
one
problems.
Yeah, and then all the
The
junk
fence was clearly
on
defective.
this side of the photographer.
so I'm not sure if we got the green card back from the Cliff Senior, the owner of the property. I don't think we have. Yeah, I know. I don't think that we've gotten this one back yet,
It's
but,
ridiculous.
right, it's a violation.
when did you send it out?
The second letter, last Monday. It's been a week,
A week?
a week for
And you
that.
got no response.
Well, and I
I don't think it was sent out
contacted,
Monday.
So
I don't think it was Monday.
when can we start finding?
well, it's a violation. We can put them on notice that they're on violation and start fining.
Well, what was your letter if it wasn't
Letters, your
putting them
written
on
warning.
notice? I'm sorry.
No, there
The
was,
letter-
the
the letter
letter
was
said
the
this
warning.
was the formal warning.
Yeah.
January
Yeah,
27th? January 27th? Right, it hasn't come back yet.
They were supposed to come back today, so,
The original letter we sent out,
Well, if the son signed for the original letter,
Yep.
how is that not notifying? I mean, he's
I
the
agree,
one
it's
that,
notifying, and then he brought the letter in, and he
I mean, you get
left
a-
it with
you-
us, so he never gave it to the property owner.
You gotta get the letter to the
Because he
property.
signed
Yeah.
it, he came in and said.
I know.
yeah,
I know
but
you're
you get a
right.
certified letter, you don't, I mean, it's for a reason. You know?
Yeah,
I know.
I agree, but
He was
if,
just using that as
we
a
bring the owner to court.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
says he didn't-
okay, yeah, we
didn't
need to
get
do everything by the book
Yep.
to make sure that this actually
Let's keep-
is a successful fining operation.
I mean, here we
So-
go again. We're just shooting ourselves in the foot somehow.
Well, you have options. We can just tell them it's a violation, and they need to address it. It's a
Yep.
violation of their open permit, in addition to obviously Wetlands Protection Act and
Yeah.
bylaw
This
too.
this to me is egregious. This creek is
So
being.
why doesn't that get an
impacted.
enforcement order?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. You can send a letter saying you need to address this. Obviously, they're not really cooperating. You can send it with an enforcement order, and that can,
Trigger
But you're,
Exactly.
but you're,
yeah.
See,
And
yeah,
that
but you don't
Yeah.
generally do the fine in the enforcement order, right? I guess I'm making that a
Well,
question. That's
right.
not the best way.
Enforcement orders aren't a mechanism for fining.
Right.
But the enforcement order can be issued, the form, with the letter that outlines everything, and we can fine through our bylaw. And that can be outlined in the letter. That's what we did on our last
Yeah.
enforcement order. We can do it that way too. The letter serves as the written warning. They don't provide us with what we want by a certain date, you can start finding.
Is that what you would like to do?
And today is the day that, just to make it clear,
Yep.
if he was supposed to show up here, this is where we can really, black and white, here's the date that we start finding. And
Well,
I think you have to issue the violation though first.
right, we didn't say it was a violation at that point. We said you have an open permit. It appears there's concerns with,
We have to
What we
issue the
saw.
violation and
Yep.
try and get the violation, get it to the father, the owner of the property.
yeah.
Can we have it served to the,
We haven't served to the father.
yeah,
We
I mean,
served to the
Uh,
son.
no.
Right, there's an option to have it brought by like a police officer or something like that versus certified mail, I guess.
Right.
Right, we can.
You may
do
have to
that.
do that.
I mean, I would think that in this situation, this is similar to some of our other ones where it's a contractor in a sense,
Yeah.
meaning the person that's doing the work, which appears to be the junior,
Yeah.
right? And the property owner is the senior, I guess.
Right.
So it's a little complicated, but it's,
well, there's precedents with DEP to find the operator. I'm the one who said it, but find the guy $1,000 and find the owner 10,000. But the guy that did the work, he knew better. He had a permit, he had a order of conditions, he had everything he needed, just like these guys. And
This is against the residents.
right, the
owner of the
owner is the
residence.
one ultimately responsible, but the guy that with the bulldozer, he had the superseding order of conditions, but the owner said, go ahead and do it anyway. Well,
If you can clearly define that, but in this case,
Yeah,
you just said that the son was the one doing all the work.
I think we're speculating.
we're speculating.
Oh, okay.
so,
Oh, wait. Let's be reasonable about this. And Ed, right now, I'm sorry to have to say this, but your position is not reasonable. A reasonable position is that the Conservation Commission sent a letter out that indicated a violation. The letter was certified mail. The certified mail was not picked up by the person to whom it was addressed. It was picked up by a different person,
Yeah.
okay? But that person obviously reported to the person who was supposed to get the letter. So the reasonable assumption is that that person to whom the letter was addressed received the letter of warning.
I agree.
Now it's up to the Conservation Commission to put some teeth into that letter. If it has to be an enforcement order, it should be with a narrow window before the fines begin. Because this is not the first time this person has done precisely the same thing. As Stephen pointed out, do you think that silt fence got buried in a week? Come on. This is a repeat.
If that's what you gentlemen would like to do, let's do it.
Yep, please.
All right, so did you hear that? Beck? All in favor of starting the enforcement order and the fine process as short a time as possible, please raise your hand. 4. Okay,
okay.
so we're
Well,
gonna do it.
well, so the letter that was sent didn't tell him he was in violation. It was,
That-
contact us. These were our observations. We know you have an open permit. Contact us to
But the
discuss
enforcement
this.
order will.
I thought you said he was told it was a violation.
Well, not in the letter. We didn't say it was a violation.
So we do have to issue a violation.
Yeah.
We can do that in the enforcement order.
Yes.
Yes.
That's part, yeah. So we're gonna issue an enforcement order.
And a
Um,
short window.
Yep, all right, so.
What is the cost of having this guy served by the police? Is there any, is it,
Well, I don't know if it's police or,
or you have to get a,
What do they
I
call
can't
that
think of the
guy?
word, the name of the,
Constable.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And it's like
I don't know.
Who is the
$35
constable?
or $40.
yeah, all right.
I'll pay that.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna look into having it
Giving
served
away your
by a
pay,
constable.
now you're paying
All in
expenses.
favor of having it served by a constable? 4, okay, so we're all set.
Okay,
Excuse me, we need to have another vote? Because that was all in favor. We don't know whether there was an abstention or a negative.
There was an abstention.
Twice?
Twice, yep.
okay. Enforcement order, we're gonna issue this to the property owner, Cliff Senior, and the Cliff Junior, who obviously is operating his wood
Right.
company here and doing
Yep.
this work.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
that's, okay. And,
Are we making that assumption? Do we have proof of that?
well, he
I
had
think
a,
we need to get proof of that before we make an assumption.
Now you're back to where I was.
Like, I mean, I have no problems issuing
just
a
issue-
violation and a warning against a property owner, but we're making a lot of assumptions
right, I
about
guess there's
operating.
no proof that he is,
just
he's doing that,
That's-
except he said he
It, just the
lives
property
there
owner,
and
that's
he-
fine, just the property
Okay,
owner.
property
I-
owner.
Yeah.
All right, what are you ordering? We're telling him he's in violation of his permit. He's in violation because he's pushing material
Pushing material
into the stream. So we're
Yep.
gonna outline
And
those
there's
two
no,
things.
there's no protection of the stream right now from runoff from his site.
So
It's not stabilized.
Yep. So we're gonna order him to immediately cease and desist from any activities.
Other than, he's
Resource
got,
area
that's gotta be
putting-
stabilized.
Yep.
And,
Immediately install erosion controls.
yep,
So
until it's
stabilizing as
stabilized.
in putting wood chips down or straw or
I
something.
don't like, I'd like to see that planted.
Well, eventually, but it's February.
It's not growing season right now, right, I agree. So,
But you're right,
Immediately
I agree.
install
I'm just talking about now.
Sedimentation controls.
yeah.
Right.
I mean, obviously we gotta meet him and figure out where things are gonna go and things like that.
Yeah.
And no wood
We want-
stacked within 50 feet of the wetland. We did that to him 10, 12, 15 years ago.
Right.
Where all the wood was stacked across the street.
Yeah.
But we should not be having wood stacked there any more than we should have a building built there.
Where did you get the 50 feet?
We have a 50-foot no construction, and some of that wood has been there longer than houses have been.
That's true.
Because that's what he's gonna ask. Where did the?
We have a 50-foot no-touch zone. Or 25.
25 foot.
25.
Use a 25.
I'd use a 25.
Yeah, I'd use the 25 too.
That's why I said it, you know. like
I think 25 is easily gonna get him to across the drive, the other side of the driveway, which, you know,
Right.
Just-
that's reasonable.
It gets us out of the area.
All right, so you want me to? We
The-
want a restoration. We want a
We-
restoration.
I want a
plan.
restoration of that 25-foot buffer zone along the side of that
Yep.
stream.
Yeah. Restoration plan too.
Yep.
And then at some point, we're gonna have to consider what to do about that buried silt fence, because it's not gonna decompose.
Right, we can work out, the details of that.
Yeah, unless you're gonna have him pull soil back, you might as well just leave that silt fence.
It may be the only protection that stream bed's got right now.
Yeah, it's holding it.
Might be it.
All right? Anything further on that?
Date, what do you want for your date?
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Is that to do it?
Or when he's gotta be done, you mean?
Well, when I first was speaking to DEP when, issuing the first enforcement order when I was here, they said, they recommended 2 weeks to submit materials. I'm just telling you, that's what was discussed, like for Cedar
The-
Lake, that's what we said. 2 weeks, we want you to submit, short-term, long-term, restoration plan or whatever we asked for.
I agree that we
Just
have to
saying not-
give, I agree that we have to give time for plans,
That's reasonable.
but I don't want to give them 2 weeks to do,
Yeah,
to,
well,
When do you leave for
Yeah.
vacation, Becky?
not
I-
soon enough.
I want it.
Yeah.
I would like to see it in
Yeah.
your hands with time to review.
Well, I think that immediately install erosion controls.
yes,
Within 1 day of receipt of letter,
yep.
Yeah, that's,
within one,
And you can, if we have them served, you can be there the next day to
Yep.
verify that
Yep.
it's done.
and I'll add that in there, contact.
And if it's not done, boom, that's when we start the
Start
fines.
finding.
Yep,
Yeah. If not done,
okay, so he has a day to do the erosion control and then 2 weeks to submit a plan for restoration of the bank
yep,
in the 25-foot area.
yep.
Have we started serving anybody?
is someone actually bringing it to them?
No, done? Did we do anything with him? Didn't we say that we were gonna start?
That's a
Well,
discussion
that's,
for later.
that's one of the next things to talk about,
Didn't we
so,
discuss it the last meeting?
yeah. And
What did we decide to do?
we gave them a time frame
Which was today.
Yep, which is today. Yeah,
Okay, all
yeah.
right.
So
I'm sorry,
I'll give
I'm
you,
jumping
I
subjects.
had a
Go
nice
ahead.
conversation with him yesterday.
So are we gonna go around the corner on this one? Because the picture that you showed is only the stream bed going into or towards Cedar Lake. But he does front on Cedar Lake.
You talking
yeah, I
about
don't
this
know.
section?
Fronts on the cove, yeah.
No idea what that looks like. We didn't walk down there.
Yeah,
so.
well, you can look at it when you go down
Okay.
there
Yeah.
next time.
Oh, we don't-
I'm most concerned about this right here, because we know that's a huge problem. Yeah, but that's a good point,
It
David,
doesn't look
that-
any better.
Yeah. I would imagine.
Well, we can go back to the original permit and, you know, make a blanket, assessment, or assertion that any, sediment controls that were to be in place with the original permit and any, stabilization efforts that were to be put in with the original permit need to be addressed as part of this enforcement. Because then anything is covered that was originally, and then we're not being unreasonable, we're just sticking to the original permit.
Yep, I agree with that. I honestly, I don't remember how we treated this area in the original permit. I know there was a lot of.
It wasn't even addressed because the
Yeah.
house was,
I-
the extension was up
Yeah,
to the back.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
I mean,
wasn't-
I
It was
would
just-
like to take a look at that again.
Yeah, there was nothing in the order, but there
Makes
was
sense.
discussion in the minutes.
$200 tomorrow. But, you know, different way. I was ready, man. I was so mad when I went over there yesterday.
So, right, here's where the stream comes in.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the existing.
But he said he'd do it tomorrow, so I said, okay.
There's the addition, and there's where,
The hay bales were.
yeah, the erosion controls were for that. But right, there was some discussion at some point, and there was a
Erosion
silt
control
fence put
barrier.
down there.
Did are these new plantings they were supposed to put in, or was that
I
existing?
think those are existing.
Oh,
Doesn't say proposed.
I thought we had some plantings.
I don't
Because that
remember
says, yeah,
those
24-inch
being there.
oak, that's existing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'd like to see him to put a 24-inch oak in there, yes.
So, and I don't know too, this demo existing concrete slab patio in the front, if that was done or not, so.
Yeah, yes, I would like you to verify. I mean, was this Jalbert?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that part of the whole exchange of the deal was that they were removing this
Yep.
pool and deck, and that was adding to the
Wood
buff.
shed at the back.
Yeah, and so they were giving us more than they were taking. and-
Right.
Yeah,
It is increasing a pervious area.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, for this restoration plan, what do you want to give for a time frame?
2 weeks.
From served, 2 weeks?
Mhm.
Okay, 2 weeks.
Who's gonna look at it in 2 weeks?
Well, we know it's gonna come in at least, right? It needs to come in
Okay.
in 2
Yeah.
weeks, right?
Yeah.
All right, and if it doesn't, then separately, we'll say that
That'll be a violation.
fines will start the next day,
Yeah.
Yep.
separate from the other
Yep,
fines for not
because that's a
putting that
different
in.
violation. Right?
Yep. Got it. I'll do that tomorrow. All right, Tuesday Road Drive is done.
Becky and Holly get to learn a brand new skill.
Yeah.
All right, so 2 Cedar Lake Drive was also under request for certificate of compliance because we did get one, so technically I have to put it on the agenda. Don't recommend that we give a certificate of compliance for that
Okay,
one.
yep.
And it did not include the required engineer's, letter, so you know.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Do we-
65 Clark Road.
Yeah.
And I'm getting there. So I gave you a copy of the letter that I sent.
Right.
Neighbor called, made a complaint and FYI that this property has wetlands and there's building a structure out there. So we found out, we had an old permit from the nineties, I believe, that this was approved, this project was approved. I think it was before we had a bylaw, I think it was 94. And I don't think I didn't scan the plan for the property. I will do that. I didn't scan that.
Can you bring it up on the
GIS, yeah.
GIS?
Yep. So this property also abuts.
Yeah, please.
What?
Nothing about Trump.
You didn't want to watch?
Oh yeah, that's tonight, isn't it?
Yes.
That's why we're staying here late.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my God.
All right, 65 Clark Road. It's right off of Clark, right where that Lauren Lane is.
Yep.
So yeah, 1994. Got a permit. We own this property right here.
Yep.
Yep, and there's a basin back here. Yep. All right, so we own this property. This is the subject property. There's a wetland that comes in, goes underneath this road, is all in this area and comes out this way. It actually doesn't show up on the wetland layers, which we know that the wetland layers don't include
There's even a
every.
bridge there, Becky.
Oh yeah, that does show up there. Yeah. Yep. All right, so they came in, got approval to put the house in '94. I think this
Yeah.
person was the property owner, or and there was a different builder as the applicant, or this person acquired it recently after. I think we were looking at the deed. So they were they were the original owner after it was built, I guess.
Yeah.
So included the house, and it actually included a walkway to go across,
Right.
to go across the wetland, a small walkway. All back here is open. Can't tell from the original plan. Have to go back and look at aerial photos, like how much was cleared back there. You can't tell from this photo.
So wait a minute, they cut these trees down? Is that what you're saying?
No, there's still a lot of trees here. See how it's open here? So the wetland comes in here. This is an upland area.
They put a shed back there. Is that
Yeah.
what you
So there's something here.
Yes.
There's like a garage over here. There's something back here, and then they're
They can't
building
get there. They have to
something.
Go across the wetland, right?
Yes.
There's a little bridge here, walkway. I don't know if it's the same one that was installed in the '90s or it's wider. However, there's the access way on our property that I think may be being used. Too.
To get to a garage? With
Yeah,
a
I don't know if it's a vehicle or it's a
So
lawnmower.
we gotta go take a look at it, huh?
Yes, we need to go out there. So I sent them a letter, said we received a complaint. I went out there, came down. This is our property.
Right.
Comes back. I don't know who's mowing it. I don't know if DPW might mow some of this for the basin back here and do some maintenance, but this is the structure being built. This is obviously the house. The wetland comes through here. There's a walkway right here. And then the other structure, I thought I took more pictures out there, but I didn't. There's the other structure's like right over here. So this is what's being built immediately adjacent to the wetland.
Could you go back to the aerial photos? I'm sorry. I just want to, okay, so go back to the previous photo. All right, so it's hard to tell. So
Yep.
this may actually be open
Yeah.
here. Like they didn't cut down some major trees there.
Right, just might be the
No,
the
that looks like
shadows.
shading to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what did the building inspector say about this?
I told
Oh,
him
I see
about
how they
it,
would
and I indicated in the letter that they didn't have a permit for it either. So I sent a letter out, and I told them that didn't appear that they had a building permit, that they need to deal with that as well. I don't remember
Where are
exactly
they
what
building something? You said they're
Yeah.
building something next to the wetland. I missed.
That was like, it looks like a greenhouse or something that
Yeah.
they're building. She showed you the picture of it.
Yeah, so just so you know, in my letter, I did write that it would appear that this work is in violation. This letter shall serve as a written
Yeah.
warning of said violation, so that way it's immediately when something comes in, I'm kind of changing the language in the letter, so that we're immediately notifying them.
Good.
Great.
And it's a written warning and to cease and desist.
Okay.
So, the other building they're building right now, the one they're building right now is like right here. And there's something here.
So we'll put it on a site visit for,
Yeah. The 11th, do you wanna look at it on the 11th?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did I write them? Started to write those. Here we go. I'm also gonna add, it'll be quick, we have that tree removal request that came in for 8 Birch today. If we can add that on to the 11th too, we can do that quickly,
Yeah.
because we don't have a meeting for a while, so. All right, so 65 Clark, I asked them to contact us. We know they received the letter, because they signed for they signed the green card, which we got back. So we can go do a site visit and go from there. Hopefully
So,
they'll
excuse
contact us
me,
by then.
they sent the card back saying they had received the letter,
Yes, correct. We just got that
but
in
they
today.
have not contacted you yet?
Correct.
So snail mail work faster than a telephone? Is that what you're telling me?
Correct, yeah, yeah.
How odd.
So, right, and it has a date, it should have a date on the green card when they received
Oh,
it,
no,
so.
not necessarily.
Because they might,
They're supposed to date it and the postal person doesn't. I did notice that on the couple.
Okay.
What's the date of this image?
This one, see, these are old. This is the
94.
2015.
2015, okay.
Yeah.
But that structure is since 2015. for sure.
Oh, yeah, both of them.
I think, Jim, can you go, show me the road?
Jim Malloy had lived here, I think.
Show me the road and I can tell you.
This house?
Yeah,
See?
that's it, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, because he got the stop sign in there or something,
Yeah,
right?
you got the stop sign. It's the only double stop sign in this.
Is that why that stop sign is there?
Yeah.
Because the old town administrator lived there? That's awesome. I always wondered about that.
That's why you joined the commission.
Yeah.
Because I
I
was,
want a stop sign on Deer Run.
this was, this whole gig of mine now is due to a misrepresentation from a good friend who insisted there
Okay.
wasn't much to do.
Mrs. Partlow.
Yep, 28 Cedar Lake Drive. I gave you a copy of this letter. So I was out at a
was awesome.
property that's interested in redeveloping a single-family house. So I went out for a site visit prior to meeting with them, and I went down on the shore and looked over and could see this driveway eroding into the lake. Lake's drawn down right now.
Yeah,
This was, remember, I indicated in my
yeah.
notes that when we had gone out for another site visit, they were repaving.
Right.
And she's like, I don't need to file.
Oh, we
and
saw that, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
so under the Wetlands Protection Act, staying within the existing footprint of a driveway, could be exempt, and RDA should be filed to show that you're staying in your footprint, and it's not an exempt thing under our bylaw. So, all right, so photos. So you can't see it too well, but this is the property I was on. I looked over and I could see all the snow that had been pushed over in black, and I was like, what is that, So then why isn't it? Just go to the next one.
We were down there. We never gave him approval to do that.
No.
Wow.
No. Nope. So you can see the driveway is
Are
right
those
up
wood
to the
chips?
top. Right here?
Yeah.
No, that's all like crumbling asphalt.
That's crumbling asphalt.
I didn't walk all the way over here, but then look at this, and I didn't even realize it until I looked at my pictures afterwards. This is a retaining wall that fell down too. So this picture's probably better.
So you sent her a note.
Oh,
Yep.
lovely.
So I sent her a letter. We sent it certified. I don't think we got the green card back yet, but this was last week, I believe.
Well, you know what company they're from, don't you?
Partlow Paving, yes,
Partlow
I know.
Paving.
Came in the mail.
January 28th
Is
to,
that over there? Was that filed over there, 2018?
Started a new blood pressure medicine today. I had to buy a cuff and measure it daily.
no, not that one. So, you're right, I sent a letter, just kind of summarizing what I observed, and then also summarized that in 2018, we were out there and had notified her, she never filed anything, and we advised her that she should. But it also looks like it probably did expand, because I find it hard to believe that the footprint of the,
I don't remember it being that way.
right, going that far over. We can go back and look
Yeah,
at
you
some
remember
aerial
that?
photos and try to get a look at that, but
Did we even take any pictures that day?
not when we were there, no. Right, we can go back, and I don't think we probably have, we can see if we have any records for that property, but I thought we searched a little bit that might show the driveway.
Well, now, they said they were just,
Oh, yeah.
There's only one other thing in
They were
Yeah, we
putting
could-
the pavement on top of the stone that was already there, so if we have a aerial or something that shows where the stone was, then that was the limit.
Right,
It
well,
didn't go down by the lake, I know that.
yeah, I don't remember, you know, you can see it's pretty close here in this photo. I don't know that that was ever approved, but you can see it's, you know, a little setback. It's hard to tell. We'll have to pull some photos. Maybe we can measure from how the length of what this structure is and figure
Yeah.
it out a little bit more. We can probably find out something, but, I mean, you know.
Well, at any rate, they shouldn't be
That's-
plowed into the lake anyway.
Exactly, that's pretty bad. So, if the lake's still drawn down, we can get on the shore and
Walk
walk
right
over.
Maybe that's a
Yeah,
landing pad.
yeah.
Isn't that an additional violation, though? We're trying to draw down the lake and they're trying to refill the lake?
Yeah, but see, this is a cinder block
Yeah.
wall, see? That's all those pieces that fell down.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty bad. I mean, it doesn't look like they like scraped it up and dropped that over. It looks like they did that when they probably paved it,
Yeah,
so it's,
get rid of the old
All right, we'll take a look at it. I mean,
Dump it in the lake.
the lake.
same thing in that letter, kind of put them on notice that it's a violation, this is a written warning.
Good.
So we'll have to figure out access point over there. Any happy things on here? No.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Another Eagle Scout project we can just
Would be nice, yeah.
We should have them come in once a month.
Yeah, right, they're so smiley and happy.
I added under new business the 205B, 205C Potoc Pike that I brought up during the public hearing for 27 Live Road. I didn't know if I needed to include those properties separate on here, but that was part of our previous discussion. And the reason, you know, just wanted to make sure it was added so it was shown that, you know, we could talk about it, so.
I'm recused again during this discussion.
So, well, I feel like we had the discussion already, but like I said, and then, you know, the reason I brought it up is because I wanted to do it during a public hearing about the other properties
Yeah.
that have some potential concerns, so
Right.
I think it's,
Yeah, I think it was addressed.
yeah.
I don't think there was any question.
Yeah. All right, next and last is, we received a, correspondence from Gary and Margaret Allard regarding 76, AKA 25 South Shore Drive.
The thickest packet is the last? Thanks, thanks,
Packet,
Beth.
Yep, but actually, so, I did inform, because it is in regards to somebody else's property, I did inform that property owner, Mr. Nemo, that we received something, and it was being put on this agenda. He asked for a copy of the materials. He's out of town right now. He will come in to pick them up. He asked that, we wait to have a discussion until he can be present. Mr. Allard, probably, well, he wasn't feeling well, so he wasn't gonna be able to probably make it to this meeting as well. I did talk to him today a little bit, so.
Is the road, roadworthy? Could you get down the hill?
What?
Can you drive down the hill after that blowout?
What blowout?
On the road?
South Shore Drive?
Yeah.
What blowout? On
Well,
his property?
Yeah. Where the culvert was.
Did it blow out more?
You talking about the picture that she sent? She sent 3 pictures of the road, one of which was at night. That was
This one?
Yeah, I can pull up the color ones, but
Yeah, let me see
it
if
wasn't the culvert.
going
He's
crazy.
talking about, he's concerned about stormwater coming off of
No, not that.
25 South Shore Drive.
No. The hell?
And it's missing,
Yeah.
watch your language, I've been told.
Excuse me, yeah.
I can pull that stuff up.
This is the one I was talking about.
Public access, it's fewer
Oh, yeah, no,
restrictions
that's-
on language.
That's where,
That's South Shore Drive, right?
yeah, that's the road, and this
Yeah.
is where Allard's doing his work, and that's Nemo's property. So like the
Okay.
line's like where the cone is, I think, or something. That's where the catch basin
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
So the
So-
issue is that the up gradient Mew, I forgot his name, but it's something like that.
Nemo.
Nemo.
He's saying that the water is missing because he had, Allard
He's
saying
something
that,
he was
Right, there's
Supposed
no,
to do.
there's no work above him that's is gonna keep the water to go in, make the water go into the sump. Right now, it's not.
Pretty much, right, and he's saying that Mr. Mimo had a permit, and there was things he was supposed to do to make sure that this happened, although
Right.
this wasn't necessarily proposed at the time, there was a concept for
Right.
doing the road work.
Right.
And Mr. Mimo proposed to do some things, however, he came in for a permit, got amended, that where the driveway went in and the garage changed.
Right.
And his stormwater management in the interior of the site changed too. We ended up putting some deep sump basins in there, right? Those
Right.
infiltrate in the bottom, and there's a lot of things that changed on there. But what Mr. Allard is saying is that there was things that he was ordered to do in his property that he didn't do. And he wants the commission to
Right.
order him to do those things, which is the swale along the road, I guess, which I
Right.
think was supposed to be on the interior of the property. There was some change, but there's a file this big,
Right.
and it's a little hard to follow, but I could pull together some more information with a timeline for that I think will help. However, I wasn't here when all the
Well,
conversations happened.
The question I ask is, Mr. Allard brought this to your attention.
Yes.
Mr. Allard is the one that is saying that Mr. Nemo is supposed to be doing something.
Correct.
I don't remember Mr. Nemo being in the court case. It was not.
Correct. He's saying that.
So I would just send I would go back to DEP, to what's her name, who was
Yeah.
there, and say, hey, what do you want to do with this?
Okay, I can ask her. I mean, and the thing is, he's saying Mr. Mimo had a permit, and you guys need to make him follow his permit. Well, his plans changed multiple times.
Right.
Throughout there, and his permit was closed out. We closed
Right.
his permit was
Yeah.
closed out, so technically, what he did on site was.
Well, we didn't know there was going to be a culvert that we would need to channel the water into.
Correct. Yep, no, I
So I
don't
would
disagree
just
on
tell
that.
DEP, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but she was out there on the site, the lawyer, I mean, the judge
Yeah.
said, do it.
Yep.
Now.
We don't have the power that we'd like to in that situation.
Right, and I did, when I had my conversation today with Mr. Allard, I said, well, I understand that Mr. Mimo, he does the maintenance on his portion of the road. He has an agreement with DPW. He does that. He crowns it. I said, so if it was crowned, if it was properly taken care of, shouldn't it be directing water towards that edge of the road in your catch basin? And could this be something simple that if everyone kind of worked together, it could be easily addressed to make that happen? And I think that could easily happen. I just don't know that it will.
Do you know why that paper was that thick?
Oh, I know.
Because it's not gonna happen.
I know.
We also
but-
need to try to stay away from he said, she said neighborhood battles.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what this one
Yeah.
is and has been for
Yep.
14 years.
Yeah.
But
So I would start with DEP. I would go right directly to,
Judy Schmitz.
yeah, Judy, and say, Judy, we got a little bit of a hang-up on South Shore Road.
All right.
Have Dave
I will
go
do
down
that,
and
but
talk to him.
I do believe that the person who sent the correspondence would like to come and present his argument to the commission, so I'm gonna put this on the next agenda,
Fine.
so you know.
He called in sick tonight? I'm gonna call in sick then.
Well, he didn't know if he needed to come and.
Is it in our purview or isn't? If it's not in our purview, I don't even know that we,
Well, we can,
I mean, I understand his thoughts, but if it's not
in a
something,
normal situation, it's within our purview.
Probably more than DPW is.
right, but it's in,
But
normally, but
Normal.
this isn't normal.
this is not normal.
So is it in our purview?
Will we be
This-
able to solve this? It's in our purview, but we'll be wasting our time.
So, right, so why entertain it?
Well, that's what I said. I feel we should go right to DEP.
I don't, I mean, no disrespect to Mr. Allard, I don't necessarily need to hear something that's just gonna
That's a
chew
good
up
point.
15 or 20 minutes of
I
our
don't want to
time.
hear from Mr. Allard until we've heard back from DEP.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna refer to DEP on this
For it
matter.
to be.
Yeah.
So you haven't had a baptism of fire at Mr. Albert's house? I think you should go. I went there, and the first 15 minutes was all about Dave Barnick.
I've been there, and I'm guessing, I think I had a similar conversation.
All right,
All
we'll
right.
refer to DEP.
All right. Good.
Becky, did we cover the Cedar Lake Association thing?
Yes, that's what Lee Darren came in for.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah,
That was the walk-in.
yeah.
Mr. Dunn.
Four-letter word, G-U-N-N.
All right, so 36 Goodrich Road. So we sent the enforcement order certified mail to Mr. Gunn's residence.
Yeah.
Mr. Gunn is in South Carolina, and he's not having his mail forwarded to him while he's down there for his winter vacation. Mr. Gunn did call the office yesterday and said that he was informed that he has a letter from us and was asking what the contents were. I went over the contents of the letter with him, read the enforcement order word for word to him, and then I emailed it to him.
Oh, thank you.
So-
Great.
Yep, so he did, which I didn't have his email before. So he did say that his daughter signed for the letter, so we should be getting the green card back for that. So I sent that to him. He emailed me back, he pretty much in the conversation said that he's on vacation, he's down there, he won't be back till April, and he's not doing anything till he comes back to April. So he said, thank you for taking the time to speak to me on the phone on February 3rd and forwarding the enforcement order via email. Since our mail is being forwarded, or I think he meant to say since our mail is not being forwarded, we were not aware until Saturday, February 1st, 2020 of the January 24th letter. At this time, we are in South Carolina vacationing for the winter and will return in the later part of April 2020. For that reason, we are unable to address the issues until that time. Thank you for your understanding regarding the above.
All right, so we begin enforcement, right?
Well, we've
Start
begun
finding 'em.
enforcement action. In the enforcement order, we said we begin fining
So we should
today
be-
or tomorrow. I'll
So-
have to look at it, so.
So we should begin finding.
Yep.
Any disagreement on that?
Oh, yeah, right.
Huh? I think it's
do, I
tomorrow.
wanna
Today was
talk
the
to you
deadline
outside.
by tomorrow.
After all of it was gone
Wow.
through.
I'm so happy
I think
tonight.
the position Mr. Gunn is taking is, he's already delayed us for 12 years, so what's another 90 days?
Yeah, right.
I don't think that's a reasonable position to take.
Right, I agree.
Well, I think we're gonna start finding
Oh,
them.
So we're gonna start finding.
And I think that a copy of the first ticket that you fill out that has to go to the court
Yep.
should be emailed to Mr. Gunn so that he understands that the fining has begun, exactly as the enforcement order indicated it would be.
And just to be clear, it's my understanding that a new ticket has to be issued each day, and that each day it goes to the court, that, a copy of that ticket. At least that's the
That
way it
was
was explained by the attorney, town council.
Yep, because we did contact, Holly called the district court.
Yeah,
Told us to defer to the town councils.
really? Okay, all right. So, yeah, whatever he recommended then, we do verbatim.
Yeah, and it's only 5 days a week too, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Business
it's,
days.
100, 200, 300 every day thereafter.
Well, up to 100, the way the.
We have to
way the
follow our
fining
bylaw.
bylaw writes.
That's
25,
right.
50, 100, 100, continues.
Okay.
Yep.
good. Better than nothing.
Yep.
I'll take that 100.
What, now we have to pay you?
No.
I keep going back and forth. Oh, wait a minute, I'm gonna take an ethics.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I gotta take an ethics thing,
Okay,
so
what's
maybe
going
I
on?
better not. Maybe I'll learn I can't do
Everyone that wants to go to MACC, have you signed up?
Yep, we're all
Yes.
signed up.
I haven't, but I will.
Okay,
Yeah. I got the
get it to Holly.
schedule cleared.
Okay.
Hey, there's a lot of minutia that goes on behind the scenes.
So how many of us are going?
No, I know.
I can't make it.
Okay. You're going?
Yep.
So 3 of us?
Yep.
You going?
Yep.
Do you have room for my daughter?
Yep, I do.
Okay, okay, good.
You going?
I'll be on vacation.
Oh, I heard you say it, but I didn't hear I didn't tie the two together. Yeah.
I'll email this to you. You're probably already aware of it. Community Preservation Committee sent us a letter.
Yeah.
Every year they do. I don't know if you want to talk about it.
No,
They're looking for ideas.
ideas, it's just, they just want people to know, or they want them to know that they are. People get the idea that community preservation is something that, we are not proactive. Proactive has to come from the residents. You know, you, like, example, the buildings.
Yep. Yeah, they're inviting us to share ideas. Do we have ideas for things that they could be working on, or that people in town should be working on? So, next email, a copy of this, and if you have things you want to provide, let us know.
You send it out to all the different boards.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if there's anything you can think of, or people maybe have mentioned to you before, you're having conversations with people, then, they can come up as ideas. So I'll share this with you. It's got a list of projects and funding, et cetera. All right,
Yep.
that's it.
Under old business, are you still working on the list of enforcement orders? Or some point in the future?
We will, yeah.
No, just some point in the future. I'm not pressuring, I'm just
I know.
reminding.
No, I know. We owe you that.
We got a couple new ones to
Yeah.
Yeah.
EO list.
I think there'll be some remarkable surprises.
Yeah?
All right.
Is that it?
That's it?
I have a comment here before we adjourn. I didn't think to say anything about it, but Mr. Seminelli said he's gonna remove some stumps, and he needs to be told,
What?
he's not gonna dig out any stumps.
Oh, did he mention stuff?
I didn't hear him
removal?
say that.
He said, I'm gonna remove some stumps.
Oh, yeah, you better make sure he knows that.
And it's just kinda one of those things that just kinda hung in, because that's
Yeah.
like.
Good point. If we missed that.
Yeah, I didn't hear that
No,
either.
I
Becky's
heard
gonna
it.
be
Glad-
all.
glad you caught that.
Becky's gonna be out
I'm
there.
gonna need a full-time person just for that site.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
If you need me to go out on your behest, let me know.
Okay,
You know.
right, well, especially maybe when I'm on vacation
Yeah.
too, so.
Yeah, I
Well,
have
one
no-
of the things that I think that we have to get accustomed to is not having our agent or chair or one of the members go out and oversee these things. The man has hired an engineer. The engineer is responsible for getting the work crew to do the work. All we're supposed to do is every once in a while check on it to make sure it's going right. We can't be out there telling them where to put erosion controls, for example. That's not our job. That's the job of the engineer who put it on a piece of paper that we approved of. So now somebody else has to make doggone certain that that's where they go.
Yeah,
Well, my comment was related to, we told him to do it tomorrow when we were out there. We said, we want those erosion controls done like tomorrow, because we thought it was gonna rain.
Yeah, and a week later, it's not done.
And so my comment, when I said, if he'd have, at that time, said, well, I'm not sure where to put them, we would have told him. That's what I
Right.
meant.
But now,
But
we're
now
thinking that we have to go out there and hold his hand.
No, I don't.
That's not our job.
I think we're gonna go out there and say, get going, not hold his hand. I mean, that's what,
Yeah.
I don't think.
Well, I think
anybody's going-
it's an important one to keep an eye on, because the
Go out and
lake is coming back up.
Yep.
Right. Less than 6 weeks, baby.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?